Hola, hola. Mike. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Kim Elena Ionescu. Welcome to the 2023 Green Coffee Summit. I am the Chief Sustainability and Knowledge Development Officer at the Specialty Coffee Association, as well as one of your hosts for this year's digital event. So, when the SCA held our first Green Coffee Summit in the summer of 2021, I think it was August, that was a time of acute isolation. It seemed to many of us like we might never be able to meet in person again. But circumstances have changed in the intervening 2.5 years. However, the importance of making emerging knowledge available at no cost to green coffee buyers and sellers has not diminished. During this year's program, delivered across 2 days, we will be hearing from people who work in the center of the coffee value chain, like roasters and importers, as well as people who are more on the periphery, like research institutions, whose outside perspective enables the industry to see itself more clearly. We also want to hear from all of you, which is why we have set up the chat feature. Okay, which is why we've set up the chat feature. So please, if you haven't already, take a moment to introduce yourselves. Let us know what led you to join us here today. Now, while our speakers and panelists are presenting, you should feel free to use that chat feature to share your reflections and, of course, to share all of your questions, which we want to hear. And the host, whether that's me or one of my colleagues, will put those questions to our speakers and our panelists at the end of their presentations, and they'll do their best to answer them. You might also find that one of your peers is able to advise you. If you miss something over the course of today or tomorrow, then try not to worry, because we're going to be recording all of these sessions and we'll put them all up in the resource library of the Green Coffee Summit site so that you're able to access them later. And we'll also populate that site with additional articles and talks and relevant resources of all types as we create them and come across them. So on the first day of the Coffee Summit, we're going to pick up a conversation that we actually started at this event last year, when a few of my colleagues and I introduced the coffee value assessment in a session that was focused on evolving the SCA cupping form. Today, we're going to dig into extrinsic attributes, what they are, why they are important, and how we might begin to assign value to them in a way that makes sense for buyers and sellers alike. After that, my colleague, Dr. Mario Fernandez Alduenda, will kick off a panel, which is recorded in Spanish, but then subtitled in English, exploring post-harvest processing as a lever for value addition. 2 years ago, Mario did a talk at this event in which he proposed that we are living through what he called a processing revolution. And it's only gained momentum since 2021. So if you haven't been paying attention, this is a great time to start, because this might be the area of the value chain where we are seeing the most innovation and creativity at the moment. After that, we're going to dig deeper into the role of intangible assets in determining the value of a product, under the guidance of Luis Fernando Samper, who quite literally wrote the book on intangibles in coffee. Luis is currently working with the Ethiopian Coffee and Tea Authority and will be using geographic indications as a case study of intangible asset, of an intangible asset that definitely plays a role in determining the value of the final coffee product. And then in our final session, we'll get thinking about inclusive business models and how green coffee buyers and sellers can adapt the business as usual practices to better meet the needs of specialty coffee segment, buyers, sellers, and even consumers for home relationships, and stories are drivers of value. So before I switch gears and take us into our first session, I want to thank all of the presenters and panelists who are sharing their time and experiences with us today. Also, the Green Coffee Summit would not be possible without the support of our generous sponsors. So thank you to title sponsor Barista Attitude, as well as to supporting sponsors BWT Water and More and Caravella Coffee. So like I said, I'm going to switch gears and go into presenter mode now, as opposed to host mode. Oh, I'm getting a note that my microphone is scratching. So I'm going to try to adapt that on the fly. Okay, so I'm going to now start talking about extrinsic attributes, which, as the title suggests, are pretty extraordinary. So let me find the content and slide time. All right. Okay, here we go. Okay, that looks good. So, extrinsic attributes. We're going to speak a little bit today about the limitations of the 2004 cupping system to start ourselves off, orient with what we know. We're going to talk about attributes. I'm not going to go deeply into the definition, but for people who may not be familiar with all of the work that's happened over the past year, we're going to focus, however, on extrinsic attributes, because you can find more about sensory descriptive attributes in other talks. We'll also talk about some research applications of extrinsic attributes. I'm going to share the results of a recent survey that the SCA conducted about extrinsic attributes of the global coffee, specialty coffee network. And finally, we'll talk about why all of this matters. So here we go. Okay. So cupping. This is how we assess coffee's value. At least that's what cupping was designed to do, whether in those words or not. So we're going to do this, look at cupping by going back, not to the beginning of specialty coffee or to the beginning of cupping, but to the 2004 cupping system, the one that we're improving upon with the 2023 coffee value assessment. And that form grew out of ideas that were codified by Ted Lingle in the Coffee Cupper's Handbook, which was published in 1984. So the handbook integrated new ideas from the field of sensory science, which was still, relatively young at the time, into the century-old practice of cupping. It would take another 15 years or so to take shape as the SCA's cupping protocol and system, which settled out about 5 years after that. So let's imagine that we're coffee buyers in 2004, or coffee cuppers. In 2004, specialty coffee lots probably would have included some information for the cupper to use in understanding what they were tasting. It might have been something like this. We might know that the origin of the coffee was El Salvador, that's the country in which it was grown, that it was a washed processed coffee, and we might even know that the variety is the SL28 variety. As a cupper, I probably would have put that information in the notes section of the 2004 form. Or maybe I would have used the white space between the samples. It would be significant information to me in evaluating the coffee, but it didn't really belong in the cupping notes section, right? Because it wouldn't be about fragrance, aroma, or taste. So fast forward from here to 2023, and we have not only this data to work with, but also all of this. We've got types of shade here, types of soil listed, the nickname of the producer is in here. I mean, this is a lot of information that we have available to us these days. And that's way too much information to fit into this notes section, no matter how tiny the handwriting of the cupper may be. And more importantly, none of that information about where a coffee is produced and who produced it gets reflected in that single number, the final score. There's no scoring box for notes that contributes to that tally. So should that information be counted somewhere if it's valuable? I mean, if this is part of what makes specialty coffee special? And that brings us to this fundamental question of what is specialty coffee? And if you've asked the internet what is specialty coffee over the past decade or so, you've probably seen something kind of like this, or read a definition that relates to a score out of 100 points. This graph is really appealing because it situates specialty coffee in opposition to commercial coffee, for one, and that's sort of implied in the word specialty. It's also a pyramid, which is by its very nature exclusive. And, best of all, it offers sort of a shortcut over there on the left, which is the score for a coffee. So here it implies that a single number, 80, can kind of cut through all of the cultural and climatic context, all the diversity in coffee production and processing around the world, and make it possible for an individual to compare, any two products and to rank them. So does that sound good? Yeah, maybe a little too good. Well, I would say that it is too good to be true if you think that this information, any of it, is relevant to determining the value of a particular coffee. And that brings us to the definition that the SCA published in 2021 to underpin the coffee value assessment, because cupping is a standard and standards are based on definitions. The definition here is that specialty coffee is a coffee or coffee experience that is recognized for its distinctive attributes, resulting in a higher value within the marketplace. So there are a couple of things here that I think are important, and I want to spend a little bit of time talking about. One of those ideas is this idea of attributes. So attributes are what we could call qualities or aspects of a particular product, in this case, coffee. And distinctive attributes differentiate one product from another and differentiate them from commodities, which are, by nature, not differentiated. So here we put attributes on a continuum where the more distinctive positive attributes a coffee accumulates, the more special it becomes. So instead of a pyramid, we have this continuum, or this, spectrum. So this is a depiction of how specialty coffee works in the marketplace of the present. Oops. Thought I was on the. Okay. We also divide them into two categories. So these properties of a particular product can be divided in a few different ways. And we put them into two categories of extrinsic and extrinsic. This is just one way of categorizing them. And the intrinsic attributes are the material attributes, or the aspects of the product that are inside or within it. So for example, when we cup coffee, we're really looking at the intrinsic attributes of coffee, what it tastes like. Especially if we're cupping coffees blind or without any information, in order to avoid bias. But even in competitions in which cup quality and scores are paramount, those informational attributes are still significant. So in this particular study, 3 economists, Traore, Wilson, and Fields, studied the Cup of Excellence competitions, trying to explain the origin of cupping scores and their relationship to auction prices in these different contests. And what they found was really interesting, because it determined that fruity, floral, and sweet flavors are preferred by cuppers and buyers, and that's significant. But what was more significant is the fact that these symbolic attributes, more than flavor attributes, are the main determinants of price. So it's those extrinsic attributes that are really influencing people when it comes time to assign value to coffee. And that's important because the value of the coffee is the other part of this definition. So attributes can be measured. We can define specialty coffee in terms of attributes, and then with an individual coffee, measure whether or not it possesses an attribute. Say it's a fruity attribute. The coffee has it or it doesn't have it. So that makes it easier to do research on. Also, the value of attributes can be measured, like Traore and his colleagues did. And this makes the system, as I noted a minute ago, compatible with scientific research for the first time, because we're able to measure the presence of an attribute and then also measure whether or not that attribute garners additional value. So the score is not enough. Knowing that the coffee is distinctive, that it's crossed a particular threshold, is in and of itself not enough if it doesn't receive additional value for having those distinctive attributes. So we know that different cultures value different attributes for all sorts of reasons. Might be history, foodways. We'll hear more about these different cultures and different ways of assigning value and preferences from other speakers of ours over the next couple of days. So let's go back to this slide. And now that we've talked a little bit about what attributes are and intrinsic attributes in the context of cupping and flavor discovery, let's focus on the extrinsic attributes side of this slide. And for that, I'm going to go to this axiom of the specialty coffee industry, which you've probably heard before. This idea that it's what's in the cup that matters. And as we just learned in this study of the cup of excellence, it does matter, but maybe that's not all that matters. And so the next couple of slides, I'm going to refer you to resources where you can read more about all of the other things that matter from researchers who are studying this exact question. One of them found now that what you know about a coffee matters. This is a feature from 25, our biannual publication, that confirms that the presence of an extrinsic attribute, just knowing that there is information available about a coffee, changes the way that a consumer's brain perceives coffee while they're tasting it. Another piece from 25 is written by a professor, Nizam Abdu, who explores the findings of a meta-analysis of research on different kinds of eco-labels, exploring whether consumers are willing to pay more for a coffee that's eco-labeled over a coffee that's not. So that suggests that what you care about also matters in your perception of the value of a coffee. Even the SCA's own consumer research confirms the importance of extrinsic attributes. So consumer studies that we undertook in 2013 and 2016, showed this growing consumer interest in coffee's origin, sustainability attributes like organic certification, and fairness attributes. And, lest it seem like it's sort of a dichotomy, intrinsic is important or extrinsic is important. I'll pull out this graphic from one of those consumer studies. I think it was the 2016 study. Here we can see that description of flavor combinations expected is still the thing that more specialty coffee consumers across these three different categories are interested in than anything else. But that doesn't mean that they are not also interested in the description of the origin and sourcing, or the description of the coffee's sustainability in terms of different social, environmental, and economic standards. Just imagine that, like, if you're a coffee roaster or coffee retailer, that 20 to 30% of your customers are interested in knowing this information. That's a pretty significant percentage. So it's not only what's in the cup. Now let's talk about how this works in a research context. I'm going to be using a few slides borrowed from Dr. Fabiana Carvalho, who is a collaborating researcher at the University of Campinas in Brazil. And through her coffee sensorium, she is studying multisensory flavor perception. Here she's speaking about this research at RICO. And the research I'm talking about is actually ongoing through the Coffee Science Foundation, supported by Savor Brands. And in this research, we're looking into coffee packaging and the color of coffee packaging and the impact that has on consumer perceptions of coffee flavors and consumer willingness to pay. So consumers who participated in an online survey first were given the same coffee to drink, which you can see a little bit about here on the slide. And the difference in the coffee was the color of the bag they were given to interact with, either pink or brown, and then with 2 different levels of color saturation. The graph on the left here shows that before tasting the coffee, consumers expected coffee in the pink bag to be sweeter and more acidic, and coffee in the brown bag to be more bitter. And then in the graph on the right, you see that perceptions are less significantly different than expectations, but that they're still not exactly the same. So I think it's interesting to note that with the exception of the acidic descriptor and the brown package, people had higher perceptions of all of these sensory attributes if they were able to interact with the package versus being in the control group that tasted coffee but weren't also presented with a bag of coffee. And here's where it gets really interesting, to me at least, because it gets into this question of value and attaching an attribute to value in a monetary sense. So that's why all this extrinsic stuff is important to green coffee buyers and sellers, because in this case, the color of the bag impacts what people are willing to pay. So it's the same coffee inside, but $1 difference in perceived value per 12 ounce or 340 gram package. So now let's get back to the coffee value assessment, shall we? Like I said at the beginning, there's more information available in other talks about the descriptive and affective assessments, as well as a little bit about the physical assessment, which is still in an earlier phase of development. For today, we're going to be sticking mostly with the extrinsic. So the extrinsic assessment of the coffee value assessment is envisioned as a place to record additional information about a coffee that may contribute to its value, including identity, information, and sustainability attributes. So we presented a alpha version of this extrinsic assessment when we launched the descriptive and affective forms in April. And in this assessment, we have 4 different categories. It's probably too small on your screen to see it really well. It's a list of attributes divided into 4 categories with one sort of catch-all for other. And then after we introduced people to this idea, started taking some feedback anecdotally and through our early adopter form, we decided to do a broader survey to see which of these attributes people found most important and which ones maybe we had missed. So in August of this year, we launched an online survey around the world in English and Spanish and Korean of the extrinsic assessment, the alpha version, to take feedback. It was open for about 2 months, and during that time, we got about 800 responses. These came from people all across the value chain. We had a higher concentration of retailers and roasters, which is not surprising really for any SCA survey. But there were respondents from all of the different categories that we gave people to choose from among. And here's what we found in that survey, was that for some attributes, there was a high degree of agreement. So if we start on the left side there, what we can see in this box plot is that pretty much everyone who responded to the survey agreed that processing was an important extrinsic attribute. This is something that people, regardless of their affiliation in the supply chain, business type, number of years in the industry, this is something that people wanted to know about. Same thing goes for the origin of the coffee. Then as we move from left to right, you can see that, you get into some attributes where there's not quite as much consensus, like, the process description or the size grade. To some people, that's really important. That's why they're scoring it up there at 9 along the vertical axis. But to other people, that's not super significant information. They're putting it down at a 5. And so you've got a greater spread in the responses that came in. And as we keep moving from left all the way over to the right, you start to see some attributes that people think, at least respondents, think are maybe not quite as important to them. Maybe not ranking down at the level of 1, but not something that people are prioritizing. And that might be something like a second party verification or, the ICO number. These are things that comparatively are not as significant to this group of respondents as far as extrinsic attributes are concerned. We also broke this down by business type. We found that to different businesses, some of these attributes are more and less important. So for a consumer, something like organic certification is an important attribute to know. And that's less important to, say, an importer or an association. Maybe that's information that they take for granted. Consumers are not as interested in something like the other grade or the name of the wet mill. Those are things that are much more important to importers, people who are in the middle of the coffee supply chain. So not all attributes are equally important to all audiences. And that's something that we want to be conscious of as we think about cupping, first of all, as a tool for the green coffee trade, for green coffee evaluation. But we also know that cupping is increasingly applied in all sorts of different contexts all around the world, including in coffee retail businesses, as a tool for educating coffee consumers. When we think about this, evaluation mechanism, we can think about this as being used in conjunction with cupping, but also being used in all sorts of different ways with all of these different audiences. We also found in the survey that there are some idiosyncratic roles. For example, the processor. People who identified themselves as processors had different opinions of what was important, and they seemed to rank the importance of many of these attributes lower than some of the other the actor types here. This one is a study on, or this one we're looking at organic certification, and to processors, organic certification is significantly less important than it is to pretty much every other respondent type in this survey. So we don't know yet why this group is idiosyncratic, but again, it supports this recognition that not all business types and not all actors are going to have the same sense of what should be assessed and what the relative value is. There are also a few interesting correlations that came out of this survey. One is that there's an inverse correlation between the years of experience that someone has in coffee and the importance of varieties to them. So someone who is newer to the coffee industry sees varieties as particularly important, and the longer someone spends in coffee, the comparatively less important varieties become to them to know. We can speculate about why that is. It may be that they are thinking about varieties like you might think about grape varieties in wine, that this is something that's going to be really important to determining the final product. And then as they go on in their journey, they realize that their post-harvest processing changes the flavor, or there's the roasting to consider. So another one is that there's a direct correlation between the years of experience someone has in coffee and the importance that they see of the other grade, which is something like, strictly high grown, strictly hard bean, Kenya AA. That may be a function of these other grades having been really important, especially before the emergence of the SCA's standard in 2004, before it was as easy as it is now to make comparisons and have access to all of these different coffees to compare. These size grade designations were really significant attributes. So if someone has been in the industry for a long time, they may recall when those were some of the only attributes that we as cuppers had to go on. We also found that respondents from coffee producing countries place a high importance on variety. And we have responses from coffee importers, coffee exporters, as well as from retailers and roasters in coffee producing countries. It's not only from producers, but imagining that probably the higher proportion of the respondents in producing countries are going to be producers. Variety is something that is within a producer's control, and something that they may want to use as part of their brand or part of their value proposition to a prospective buyer. So having concluded this survey, the next work that we have to do is to take all of this feedback and incorporate it into a beta version of this form. So we're expecting to launch a beta version of the extrinsic form in 2024, which we will share with the broader industry, with all of you, for testing and feedback like we've been doing this year, 2023, with the descriptive and effective forms. So, while we're exploring extrinsic attributes, if I haven't done this already, I want to really bring it back to why all of this matters. I think it matters because this is not how we sell coffee, right? Or at least this is not how we sell specialty coffee. We know, as I said before, that different coffees, different cultures value different attributes in their coffee. And we don't necessarily need to agree on the value of organic certification, for example. But we can, as an industry, and we should strive to build a shared understanding of the extrinsic attributes that are valuable. And we have some experience doing this already. The World Coffee Research Sensory Lexicon underpins the 2016 Coffee Tasters Flavor Wheel. It's not difficult to imagine that we might create a lexicon for extrinsic attributes once we've done some research to inform the development process. So just as an example, an extrinsic attributes wheel could look something like this. We've got certifications, post-harvest process. It's a step toward a common language that helps us to develop a common understanding of value. So it's not enough to know that these things are important. We also want to know how important they are and to whom. And if we have that information, that common language can help us to address information asymmetry, which is one of the goals of the coffee value assessment and the goal of the SCA's sustainability agenda. For all sorts of reasons, not everyone in the coffee system has access to the same information. The global coffee industry is diverse and it's expansive, as this systems map depicts. And honestly, this is nowhere near comprehensive. So in the context of all of this diversity, having a common language or languages for sensory attributes, extrinsic attributes, is particularly important to ensuring specialty coffee can be this thriving, equitable, sustainable activity for the whole value chain, that central column of this map. And one more circular diagram, and then I promise that I'll wrap this up and we can get into more of a discussion about this. So, expert cuppers have diverse preferences, as anyone who's been part of cuppings in different companies and different parts of the world knows. But We also understand that our preferences are only kind of a small portion of the preferences of coffee consumers globally. This chart here is a principal component analysis. It's one way of trying to understand the relationships between data points in complicated data sets, like consumer preference mapping. So this belongs to a researcher named Dr. Helena Hopfer, based on work that she did in wine. So on the left in white, you can see what wine experts preferred. And then the one on the right, with all of these colors going in all of these different directions, is what consumers prefer. So these 4 assessments, including cupping, but also including an assessment of the physical coffee and an assessment of all of the extrinsic attributes that a coffee possesses, all of this information that is now available to us. All of this is intended to work together as a multifaceted value discovery tool. They don't all need to be used together all the time, but they can be, and they all add something and reflect something about specialty coffee, how it's bought, sold, valued in 2023. And so when we bring this together and we look at the future, we believe that if we can measure what is valued in coffee, we can understand how and when and where value is generated. And, we can also understand where that value is currently being captured. Then once we understand where value is captured, we can see where how the distribution looks, where that may be unequal. And it gives us a better chance at distributing value more equitably, which puts us on that path to securing a future for the entire industry. An important thing in this is that the tool that we have created is an open access tool. So there will be courses available, there are already, but using the tool, familiarizing yourself with it will always be something that the SCA is committed to making available to everyone. And that brings me to what happens next. So focusing more specifically on extrinsic attributes in 2024 and beyond. As I said a minute ago, we're going to be taking the extrinsic attributes form and putting that into more of a beta version to get user feedback. Meanwhile, the descriptive and effective forms will be going through the standard development process for official adoption. We're looking to do some research, including on the value of different extrinsic attributes in different markets, both from the perspective of experts like cuppers, as well as from a consumer perspective. So we're going to be planning to launch that in 2024. And then once that research is complete, the extrinsic attributes form would also go through that same standard approval process. And we would hope to have something, ready to launch in 2025 if I'm being ambitious. Right now, I'll put this QR code up for anyone who has not already signed up to become an early adopter of the Coffee Value Assessment. You can find plenty of information in this sca.coffee/value assessment/CVA early adopter. Take you to a bunch of different places, including to the full version of the draft protocol. It's a pretty extensive document, but you can really dig into extrinsic attributes there and get a whole lot more detail than I have been able to provide today. And so that brings me to the end of the presentation. I'm going to welcome one of my colleagues, another collaborator in this coffee value assessment process, Jen Rugolo, to bring in some questions from the chat, or create some questions if it's a quiet group, and we'll take it from there. Meanwhile, I'm going to drink some water. All right. I have a question, which while I'm waiting for my co-presenter, I will read to myself if I can. Oh, technology. Okay. In the depiction of the attributes continuum, it suggests that if you increase the number of attributes, you can move a coffee from commercial to specialty. If the attributes increase is predominantly on the extrinsic side, does this not shift the true definition of quality away from intrinsic? Should the weight of intrinsic quality not be higher than extrinsic in terms of the SCA's definition of specialty? That's a good question. And, for the SCA, attributes are attributes. And as long as they're valued, then they contribute to a coffee being more special and more specialty. So those examples of research that I put up there as sort of as background reading, those suggest that extrinsic attributes aren't necessarily less valuable than intrinsic attributes, that a lot of it really depends on the consumer, on the buyer. So yeah, I think it's fair to say that might change. As long as the value is there, then it qualifies. Hey, Jen.
Hi, Kim. Sorry about that. I think my computer is a little overprotective of me sometimes. So thanks for jumping right in there. I also noted that Peter responded to that question in the chat very well. And his sort of his take on it, which he pointed out was his take, but I think is also a little bit our take, is this idea that we as the SEA shouldn't be setting sort of what is valuable, but that we want consumers to be able to do, or like everyone should be able to sort of set that on their own a little bit. And I thought that was another way of saying what you just said, but I think in a
more
just
concise,
kind of like hammer that home a bit. Yeah. I have so many questions here in the chat. I've been trying to document them all so that we have enough time to move through them. I noticed, for instance, that some of the chat members have raised other extrinsic attributes, things like water activity, UV light, QC parameters, as being important. And I was wondering if you could speak to a little bit how the beta version of the form will sort of work. So will there be room for users to write down the things that are important to them in addition to what we're asking them to sort of capture there?
Yes, absolutely. I think that's something that would be true with any form, whether we're talking about the descriptive form, the extrinsic form, maybe even the affective form, although maybe a little bit less so there. But when we're trying to profile a coffee, there's no way that we can possibly capture every single attribute that would be valuable to every single evaluator. So we make some choices, like we did with the descriptive form, about certain flavors of the flavor wheel to include, because there's not space for all of them. And we'll have to make some of those same decisions about the extrinsic form whenever we reach that point of a final version. But having space for people to add those freely elicited extrinsic attributes, the descriptions of what's important to them, I think would be critical, because sometimes these things change, like water activity. I'm old enough to remember when that wasn't a thing that people talked about. I'm definitely old enough to remember when a lot of the post-harvest processes that we see now were not things that really existed in kind of common parlance. So I'm glad for the chance to evolve those. And I think that also sort of speaks to the frequency with which we want to be in the future, adapting the system and adopting new versions. Oh, I've got to hold my mic. And adopting new versions, because we're just going to keep seeing things change. It's not like we're going to get it right and set it in 2023 and then not come back to it for another 20 years. I think we've learned a lesson about 19 years being like a little bit too long.
There we go. Sorry. No, I agree. 19 years is a little bit too long, and I'm excited about the fact how having that freely elicited descriptor space is actually going to allow us to also see sort of how those things are changing over time, and maybe integrate them into some of those kata boxes across the different assessments, so that we might be able to really sort of see these things happen as we go. There are some really, really good questions, but there's one that before we sort of dive into, I think, some of the more nitty-gritty things that people want to talk about here, someone has asked you to give an outlook on the upcoming research on value. So I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to that before we get into some of the big things.
Oh man, this has been something I'm actually really excited about, the kind of strategic shift that we are making with some of our research to invest in doing some of this value research, because for the past, let's say, 3 or 4 years, we've been talking to the industry, talking to individual companies about our desire to research value. And that's driven by this this sustainability agenda that we really codified after the 2019 Price Crisis Response Initiative concluded. And it's tough, you know, value is abstract, and research, and sometimes, you know, people who are excited about doing research want to have some like really kind of concrete conclusions that they come to. So with a project like this, it's been tricky to really kind of build momentum for it, and the opportunity of the value assessment, and especially of the intrinsic portion of the value assessment, gives us the chance to really like, or the, I don't know, the trigger, the kick in the pants to start to do it. So we don't have a research partner for that yet. We haven't issued an RFP, but I'm really excited to do that, and you'll all hear about that when we do.
Yeah. This, I think, segues nicely into one of the questions we got, which is articulating a concern that the definition of quality and value is coming more from the global north. I see some folks flagging up that they saw only 45 producers participated in this particular survey, and just sort of wondering, you know, are we asking producers what they consider to be valuable or high quality? Sort of segueing into that value research a little bit, I know we do have the results of another survey, which is not related to the coffee value assessment, but is related to sort of the structural reasons why we started to do this work. And I wondered if you could speak a little bit to sort of how the process around the coffee value assessment, where we've tried to address some of this information asymmetry and historic power imbalance, but also how some of the other things that we've been doing, like, I don't know, if we want to talk a little bit about the equitable value distribution survey here, but to me, there's a little bit of a connection in terms of who we're talking to and where this is all coming from. Sometimes I think it's not readily apparent, and just to talk through that a bit.
Yeah. I think that's a fair point about anytime we do an online survey, especially as a majority like English language communicating organization, we do get more respondents from the global north and more respondents, more responses in English. And so to kind of counter that, for some of the work that we've been doing, including this survey on value distribution, which you alluded to, and which we're in the process of putting final touches on a report about, we did a kind of special in-person more open-ended discussion session with focus groups of producers, because we knew that was going to be a hard thing to capture, even with translation, even with the support of institutional partners in coffee producing countries who are distributing the survey to their members. So that's one mechanism, is, sort of a focus group approach to complement this. In the case of the value assessment, it's actually, I think probably would surprise some people to learn that the initial pilot cuppings that we did, and the, feedback that informed the development of what we launched this year, has been very producer centric. So, more producers participated in pilot cuppings probably than, green coffee buyers did. And that's very intentional, because the open access tool aspect of this, and the, distribution of value aspect of this are what, led us to have an extrinsic evaluation form at all. So the 2021 survey of coffee cuppers around the world, users of the SCA cupping form, many of those respondents, including, hundreds of respondents from coffee producing countries, flagged that having a place to write down these descriptors, some of the things that were not captured by the cupping form would be really, really critical to any kind of update to the process.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll have the value distribution survey out soon to sort of share some of this from another perspective as well. But it's been a really long process, and I know that because we've been working on it for so long, over definitely more than 3 years, but sort of solidly 3 years, that sometimes we feel like it's very clear that how much sort of thought and intentionality has gone into doing this off the back of the Price Crisis Response Initiative, and that we really are trying to make sure that we're including the voices that need to be heard. Gonna try and I like I said, more questions. We have some really good ones here. I'm gonna start working through them, but we are going to get to them, and we have about 10 minutes before our next presentation. So if you have any other questions, now is the time to add them into the chat. One question that we got in is sort of the SEA has defined what specialty coffee is. Some organization will have to regulate, police, guide, or lead what specialty coffee is. Who else can protect the consumer from those companies that use the overuse of extrinsic qualities to overvalue coffee that is of a low intrinsic value?
Oh, this is man, I feel like there are about 3 questions in that one. One is about this kind of regulatory body, which, you know, one of the things that I've said a lot over the course of the past year or 2, since we've started talking about specialty coffee in terms of attributes and value versus in terms of a point score and a number of defects in a green coffee sample, is that the SCA was never regulating the use of specialty coffee. So there are, plenty of companies out there who use that term, who, many of you, maybe all of you on this call would collectively agree should not be using that, that phrase for whatever reason. But that's not how we see our role. We set standards, but we don't certify people to or force members of ours to use these standards that we put out there. So these are tools for the industry, and it's part of our responsibility as a trade association. But we don't see ourselves as a regulator. As to whether or not there's a need for that, I think that companies are going to, make choices about whether and how to apply this idea to their businesses, and that it could end up that specialty coffee looks a lot of different ways. I think it already does, though. I think that, what you're describing in the future exists already in the present. And that's part of the growth. That's part of what's driven the growth of specialty coffee around the world. So the industry's gotten a lot bigger. That's consumption in sort of traditional consuming markets, but it's also coffee consumption in, markets that didn't drink a lot of coffee, didn't drink specialty coffee at all, maybe, 10 or 15 years ago, 20 years ago. And the SCA is an association for all of those markets, not only for the kind of traditional, giants of coffee consumption.
Yeah. Speaking of that, someone I see has referenced sort of things that maybe once upon a time were very valuable on sort of the extrinsic side, and maybe have changed a little bit over time, and how our own preferences have changed. So someone has asked, would you ever imagine a time when aged coffees with all of their extrinsic qualities could find their way back into the specialty coffee pantheon? Referencing Old Brown Java, Indian Monsoon Malabar. Yeah.
Oh man, this is for speaking for myself. I can totally imagine that. I mean, I feel like everything, comes back around at some point. I personally am not going to make that my cause celeb, and sort of throw my weight behind popularizing it. But I also think that gets to something that, forgive me for sort of hammering on this point, but that is really important about the current definition of specialty coffee, which is that if there's additional value there, if someone values that coffee, then I want everyone who's involved in the creation of that product, to be able to access that additional value. I don't want my particular opinion of those coffees to keep someone who creates them from being rewarded for something that a buyer wants to buy. So it does mean that we're kind of like we're really leaning into diversity and to inclusiveness and to this idea that, you know, if someone likes this and is willing to pay for it, then that's a match that we want to make between a buyer and a seller.
And for those who are sort of trying to find ways of integrating this into their business, they're sort of seeing the concept, they understand the logic, but okay, so how do we practically sort of integrate this into what we're doing? Do you have any recommendations? Is this something we're still learning as we go?
Yeah, I mean, to focus on extrinsic attributes, which is, you know, I tried to make my focus today. I think that starting to catalog these, whether or not you use the SCA's alpha version of the extrinsic form or something of your own design, whether you modify the cupping form that you use in your company or create something different. Maybe you're not a cupper, but just start to kind of note which of these attributes are things that are important to you. You could even do this as a coffee consumer. What is it that you want to know about your coffee? And if you want to know it, you know, then within that list of attributes, which one of those feel more important or more critical to your brand? And go from there.
Yeah. I wonder, I'm just, now that we're sort of course, I asked for more questions and now I have all these questions coming in and we have about 6 minutes left. So I'm going to try and maybe mush some of these together a little bit. So we have one question that is asking sort of why we're moving away from intrinsic quality and to expand to extrinsic quality. And then another that is asking about the sort of whether or not there's anything within CVA to undermine the power imbalances in assigning value. And I kind of see a relationship between these two and wondering if there's a way to sort of answer both of them in the time we have left.
Yeah. I think that, you know, the moving away from the focus on intrinsic is, you know, that's what both the research examples that I used, and then also if you go back to like last year's presentation and we go into this user study that I already referenced, you know, like sort of 20 years of use of the cupping form and all of these stakeholder interviews and survey responses reinforce the idea that, you know, it's not just research that says that this stuff is important. It's also cuppers who say that this stuff is important. You know, people who are using the cupping form want to value extrinsic attributes, want a way to include this information. So I would say that's the reason why. It's not that intrinsic information is no longer important. It's just that extrinsic attribute information is also really important. Sometimes equally so, sometimes, you know, simultaneously. We just need a way to do this also. And then the power imbalance thing, and I would say that I personally have been, you know, I spent late nights thinking about who owns like farm data, you know, who gets we have a speaker who's going to talk about this in a couple sessions, but, you know, who does that belong to? Who gets the value from that? And so having a way to catalog that information makes it part of the negotiation, you know, puts it on the table that this is something that requires attention. And if it's something that requires attention, and if we can do some research that starts to attach some, you know, sort of common ideas around value to it, even again, if it's not that every buyer agrees that there's a premium of a certain amount for a certain attribute, if we can start to recognize those attributes, then it becomes a tool that a seller can use in their negotiation in a way that we have seen, you know, flavor attributes and coffee varieties like geisha have become those kind of tools. So like, it would be great if there were even more of those, and it wasn't just geisha and just, you know, carbonic maceration, and we could have a whole, you know, range of those that really reflects all of the buyers out there who value not only geisha and carbonic maceration, but a bunch of other extrinsic information as well.
I remember having a conversation with some folks who were feeding back on it and basically saying that, well, they were sort of like, there's a lot to wrap my head around here, but really what I'm excited about is that there's so much more space for me to write down that information, so that it's not just the single number, so that I can have a conversation. Because when somebody sort of flatly lays down this is an 84 and that's it, that there's not much you can sort of work with there if you're trying to sort of negotiate something better for yourself as a producer. But if you have lots of information documented, that maybe that opens the door a little bit. So yeah. All right. Well, with 2 minutes to spare, wondering if you have anything else that you'd like to sort of leave with people, or if there's something that you're particularly excited about when it comes to this extrinsic assessment, or that's on your mind.
I guess I'll leave on a slightly personal note and say that ever since I got into coffee, which was 20 years ago now, I feel like the people and the sort of stories of where coffee comes from and how it's grown have been a huge part of keeping me in specialty coffee and in the coffee industry, and seeing the growth in the appreciation for extrinsic attributes has been super exciting to witness and be part of for 2 decades. So the idea that we're at a point now where we can codify that a little bit more and recognize that collectively we want this to play a role in how specialty coffee is seen beyond the flavors that we all love, because I love my coffee flavors too. That to me just sort of speaks to the potential for kind of the dawning of a new era. So yeah, it's like it just feels very cool to me.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Kim.
Yeah, thanks for joining me. Thanks all for great questions, and I'll see you on a future session. Time for me to hand it over to Andres. All right.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. That was a very interesting conversation on extrinsic attributes. Our next presentation in the Green Coffee Summit 2023, Coffee Value Assessment and the Processing Revolution. It's a panel featuring experts from our specialty coffee industry that will explore the intersection of the SCA Coffee Value Assessment and the emerging trend in coffee processing. They will explore innovative design of coffee attributes and how this is shaping new market trends. But particularly, they will explore how the coffee value assessment, CVA, informs or could inform these breakthroughs in coffee production and processing. We will start the panel with Mario Fernandez, Technical Director at the Specialty Coffee Association, who will connect the SCA Coffee Value Assessment with this processing revolution, leveraging his almost 30 years of experience in the study of coffee, and particularly coffee flavor. After that, Elias Ariza, Research and Development Manager of Penagos Hermanos, a Colombian coffee company with more than 125 years of experience in coffee machinery and equipment design, will provide his perspectives as a mechanical engineer. that has traveled the world designing and installing coffee processing plants in more than 25 coffee producing countries. He will share about how these new technologies and innovations in processing are being generated to adapt the increased need for tailored coffee processing. Next, Ángela María Ortiz, Marketing Director at Café Mesa de los Santos, Hacienda El Roble, will introduce innovations spawned at the coffee estate, conceived also as an innovation lab that with more than 150 years of experience keeps elevating the art and science of coffee processing. She will be joined in the Q&A session by Osvaldo Acevedo, CEO and founder of Hacienda El Roble Café Mesa de los Santos. Lastly, Hernando Tapasco, co-founder of Cereza Company, a friend and an agronomist and seasoned Q grader and copper with extensive experience in coffee quality assurance and processing, will provide a hands-on perspective and will help us to connect the dots of how intentional flavor attributes and profiles happens, highlighting the challenges and opportunities for both coffee producers and trading and roasting companies in this new and unfolding processing revolution. Without further ado, we will start with my colleague, Dr. Mario Fernandez's presentation, who will also lead the panel Q&A that will close this second presentation in Days 1 agenda. Enjoy.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Bienvenidos a esta sesión en la que vamos a explorar las relaciones entre el procesamiento, la tecnología y el sabor del café. Yo soy Mario Fernández, soy el director técnico de la Specialty Coffee Association y voy a abrir esta sesión con una charla introductoria con dos temas principales. Primero, cuál es el papel del procesador en el desarrollo de estilos para el café. Y segundo, cómo podemos aprovechar el actual sistema de evaluación del café que se propone por parte de la SCA para trabajar con esos estilos. Todos hemos visto las notas de perfil de sabor en muchos empaques de café de especialidad. Pensamos que son importantes porque son la manera de comunicar al consumidor lo que se va a encontrar en la taza. Y también es una manera de expresar que cada café es único y es diferente, ¿no? Hay varios problemas con la manera en la que nosotros expresamos esas notas de perfil de sabor. No siempre son efectivas o eficientes. Hay veces que son contraproducentes, sobre todo cuando el consumidor no conoce los términos que estamos poniendo allí o no los encuentra en su taza de café. Sin embargo, siguen siendo muy utilizadas porque pensamos que el consumidor merece saber qué es lo que se va a encontrar y además identificar que cada café es único y diferente. Entonces queda claro que en el caso del café el concepto de perfil sensorial es muy importante porque pensamos que es uno de los elementos que nos hace conectar con los consumidores y que hace que un consumidor anticipe qué tipo de sabores se va a encontrar. Sin embargo, no en todos los productos complejos se habla del concepto de perfil. Por ejemplo, en el caso de las cervezas se habla del concepto de estilos, ¿no? Hay muchos estilos de cerveza, por ejemplo, lager, IPA, stout, etc. Y el consumidor compra las cervezas en base a sus estilos. Hay personas a las que les gusta la IPA, entonces van a buscar comprar cervezas de estilo IPA. Otras personas que les gusta la lager van a buscar una cerveza estilo lager porque saben que la cerveza Dentro de ese estilo es lo más probable es que les vaya a agradar, y dentro del estilo pues hay cervezas buenas y malas y de diferentes características, ¿no? Pero la principal categorización aquí es por estilo, no es por perfil sensorial. Y yo aquí me permito hacerme una reflexión. ¿Por qué hablamos de estilo en el caso de las cervezas y no hablamos de estilo en el caso del café, sino que hablamos de perfil sensorial? Y lo que he concluido es que la palabra estilo indica que hay una acción deliberada, que hubo una persona ahí que intentó que el producto cumpliera con las características de cierto estilo. Mientras que cuando hablamos de perfil sensorial es como si ese sucediera por sí solo, como si lo diera la naturaleza. Y de hecho hay una corriente de pensamiento en el café de especialidad que dice que el café debe saber tal como lo produce la naturaleza, y que todos los demás lo único que debemos hacer es tratar de salvaguardar lo que la naturaleza produce. Y tal vez por esa corriente de pensamiento es que es tan frecuente que en el caso del café hablemos de perfil en lugar de estilos. Pero la verdad es que la naturaleza no produce el café por sí sola. No hay un café puro, 100% natural, intocado por la mano del hombre. La mano del hombre incide en las características del sabor desde la finca hasta la taza, y de hecho es una larga cadena de diferentes manos que inciden en el café, en el sabor del café, donde hay mucho más actores que en otros productos como en el caso de la cerveza. Entonces yo diría que en el caso del café, la mano del hombre es incluso más determinante que en otros productos, simplemente por la larga cadena de intervenciones que hay en su producción. Ahora, en honor a la verdad, sí hay algunas veces que se escucha la palabra estilo en el caso del café, ¿no? Por ejemplo, un cappuccino estilo italiano, o un tueste estilo nórdico, o un café estilo Pacífico Noroeste. Son casos aislados, ¿no? Y si reflexionamos, casi siempre se refieren a estilos de preparación de la bebida o a estilos de tueste. Es decir, que sí reconocemos que puede haber una acción deliberada sobre el producto, pero esa acción deliberada pues resulta que es al final de la cadena, sea por parte de la persona que lo elaboró, o sea, el barista, o de la persona que lo tostó, el tostador. Muy rara vez o prácticamente nunca vamos a escuchar la palabra estilo relacionada con actores más abajo en la cadena productiva, ¿no? ¿Qué estilos produce el procesador del café, o qué estilos produce el productor de café, ¿no? Muchas veces pensamos que el trabajo del productor es simplemente salvaguardar y cuidar lo que la naturaleza produjo, y que el trabajo del procesador es simplemente respetar ese sabor que produjo la naturaleza sin agregarle ningún defecto ni ningún mal sabor. Esa concepción ya está cambiando radicalmente ahora con la revolución de los procesos que hemos vivido en los últimos 10, 15 años. Y ahora reconocemos que el papel, al menos del procesador, es fundamental para incidir en el sabor del café, en el sabor final del producto. Así que por primera vez se abre la puerta a reconocer que los procesadores, al menos, también pueden crear estilos, pueden definir estilos, pueden seguir estilos y pueden perfeccionar estilos que puedan tener un significado para el consumidor final. Ahora bien, ustedes estarán preguntando cómo puede el procesador definir o desarrollar un estilo de manera deliberada, cuando lo que pasa muchas veces es que se experimenta, se hace un proceso experimental y no sabemos qué sabor va a resultar, ¿no? Pero la verdad es que ya la ciencia y el conocimiento acerca del procesamiento del café está avanzando mucho en ese sentido y, y ya podemos cada vez más producir estilos específicos o sabores específicos controlando las variables del procesamiento. Y les voy a dar un ejemplo tomado del proceso que yo conozco mejor, que es el café natural. En el café natural podemos jugar con la velocidad del secado en diferentes secciones del secado para promover diferentes procesos bioquímicos o diferentes fermentaciones de diferentes poblaciones microbianas, dependiendo de en qué parte del secado nos encontramos. Y así podemos jugar, por ejemplo, con la presencia de precursores de los compuestos de Maillard que nos darían perfiles, por ejemplo, de chocolate o de caramelos, o empezar a incluir sabores afrutados cuando logramos que esas reacciones químicas lleguen a producir ciertas moléculas de sabores afrutados como los ésteres. O también podemos producir sabores más vinosos cuando tenemos cierto tipo de fermentaciones y mayor presencia de alcohol etílico y ácido acético y etcétera. Entonces, simplemente cambiando el patrón del secado de los cafés naturales, la velocidad de secado en diferentes segmentos del periodo de secado, podemos incidir de una manera bastante buena en cuál va a ser el sabor final de ese producto. En el caso de los cafés naturales, entonces, que es un solo método de procesamiento, podríamos tener varios estilos, ¿no? Por ejemplo, hay cafés naturales que no son afrutados, en los que predominan sabores de Maillard, como de chocolates o de azúcar morena, y no se encuentran notas afrutadas en ellos. Podemos tener cafés naturales donde predomina el perfil de fruta deshidratada, como ciruela, pasa, etcétera. Podemos tener cafés naturales donde predominan sabores de fruta fresca, como de bayas o de frutas tropicales. O podemos tener cafés naturales donde predomina un sabor más fermentado, como tipo vino tinto, o incluso otros sabores como tipo cuero. Y todo eso con un solo tipo de procesamiento de café, el café natural, simplemente jugando con la duración de diferentes secciones del secado para promover diferentes tipos de reacciones de fermentación. Bueno, vamos a dejar pendiente el concepto de estilos de café por unos minutos y vamos a recordar en este momento las características del sistema de evaluación del café que propuso la SCA en este año 2023. El sistema de evaluación del café es un sistema en el que se evalúa el café desde 4 puntos de vista diferentes: una evaluación física, una evaluación sensorial descriptiva, una evaluación sensorial afectiva y una evaluación extrínseca, para tener una visión completa de todos los atributos de un café y poder de manera transparente descubrir su valor en base a todos los atributos que puedan hacerlo valioso. Concretamente, la evaluación sensorial descriptiva es un nuevo método propuesto por el sistema de evaluación del café de la SCA, que sirve para caracterizar el sabor del café y propone un lenguaje común y una categorización de los sabores del café. No me voy a adentrar ahora en cómo se hace la evaluación sensorial descriptiva, pero hay una parte en la que el sabor del café se categoriza en base a estas opciones que tenemos aquí, ¿no? Por ejemplo, floral o afrutado, y dentro de afrutado puede ser bayas o frutas deshidratadas o frutas cítricas, etc. Y entonces se va caracterizando los sabores predominantes de un café con este sistema utilizando un lenguaje común. Entonces la caracterización de los sabores de un café se hace en base a un sistema que está inspirado en la rueda de sabores del catador del café. Hay un círculo interior que tiene 9 categorías principales, como afrutado, ácido fermentado, verde vegetal, otros, tostado, especiado, nueces cacao, dulce. Y cada una de esas categorías a su vez se divide en subcategorías en un círculo intermedio, ¿no? Por ejemplo, la categoría de nueces y cacao puede ser pues nueces o bien cacao. Algunas de estas subcategorías se tomaron en cuenta y se incluyen en el sistema de evaluación del café, y otras se dejaron simplemente a nivel del círculo interno o de la categoría. Entonces aquí esta diapositiva muestra cuáles son las categorías y subcategorías activas en la evaluación descriptiva del sistema CBA. Y esto precisamente puede ser un sistema para categorizar el estilo de un café dependiendo de cuál sea su sabor predominante. Volviendo al ejemplo de los naturales, podemos tener un café natural categoría nueces cacao cuando el secado es muy rápido y no hay tiempo a la fermentación. Podemos tener un café natural en categoría afrutado bayas, ¿no? Cuando tenemos cierto tipo de fermentación con un secado más lento. O podemos tener un café natural en la categoría fermentado, por ejemplo, cuando tenemos una importante fermentación acética o alcohólica. Entonces, por ejemplo, en el caso de los cafés naturales, este sistema de CBA se aplica perfectamente para proponer estilos de café, y lo mismo será seguramente para otros tipos de procesamiento como lavados, honeys, etc. Entonces, para recapitular, con los conocimientos actuales, los procesadores tienen herramientas para incidir de manera deliberada en el sabor del café, ¿no? Con sabores específicos como este ejemplo de mora azul, que sabemos cómo se puede producir en los cafés naturales. Y con estos sabores podemos aprovechar el actual CBA, el sistema de evaluación del café de la SCA que estamos proponiendo, para categorizar un café por estilos. Y estos estilos no necesariamente corresponden con los métodos de procesamiento. Como ya vimos, los cafés naturales pueden producir diversidad de estilos, pero son una manera más eficiente de comunicar con los consumidores. Entonces al consumidor le podemos decir, este es un café estilo bayas, ¿no? Y ya sabe que se puede esperar notas de mora azul o de fresas, etc. Y bueno, es una propuesta de cómo el sistema de evaluación del café puede empezar a ser capitalizado por los actores del sector, y poder comunicar a lo largo de la cadena y a los consumidores los atributos del café que para ellos sean valiosos. Y bueno, eso es todo por mi parte. Quedo a sus órdenes en caso de que haya preguntas. Estamos también a su disposición en el sitio web de la SCA. Y vamos a escuchar a mis compañeros panelistas que tienen algo muy interesante también que comunicarnos cada uno.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Elías Ariza Villamil, soy el gerente de investigación y desarrollo de Penagos Hermanos y hoy queremos venir a contarle un poquito de la historia de la innovación de Penagos en cuanto a los productos de café. Esta historia se remonta a hace muchísimos años. La empresa nació siempre siendo una empresa de carácter agroindustrial, en donde se desarrollaban proyectos tanto mecánicos como eléctricos, siendo incluso la primera empresa que hizo la primera planta eléctrica en Bucaramanga, por allá en los 1900. Pero la historia del café empieza realmente a partir de los años 80. Nosotros durante todo este tiempo hemos estado recorriendo el mundo del café, buscando soluciones, acompañando a nuestros clientes y entendiendo sus necesidades para poder encontrar aquellas cosas que les puedan facilitar su trabajo, hacerlos más rentables y sobre todo adelantarnos a las tendencias mundiales que el café va surgiendo. En ese sentido, nuestros primeros pasos se dieron en los recorridos que hemos hecho por todo, por Indonesia, por India, por China, por muchos países que hemos visitado con nuestros productos a nuestros clientes y que nos han dejado enseñanzas muy importantes, las cuales nos fueron llevando a través de los tiempos a crear nuevas y mejores soluciones para el campo. Esto arrancó en 1985 con la creación de la primera despulpadora vertical de café, una creación del ingeniero Álvaro Ardila, ingeniero santanderiano, que trajo la idea a Penagos. Le gustó la idea a don Alfonso Penagos padre y se empezó el desarrollo de esta única despulpadora vertical del mundo, que lo que hacía era poder comprimir en un espacio menor una gran capacidad de despulpe, para lo cual resultó muy eficaz para las fincas grandes que en Colombia en ese momento estaban en el eje cafetero principalmente y en Antioquia. Una vez que empezamos este desarrollo, se empezó el boom, aquel tema de la ecología y del ahorro del agua, que fue muy importante empezar a buscar soluciones en ese sentido. Y inmediatamente después de las despulpadoras empezamos a crear el primer demucilaginador vertical ascendente de café, que lo que utilizaba era una mínima cantidad de agua para hacer ese lavado, y con eso fuimos empezando a tener ya la combinación de una despulpadora que no utilizaba agua y un demucilaginador que utilizaba muy poca agua. Pues el paso siguiente fue enseguida combinar estos equipos, buscando que, recuerden que aquellos beneficios grandes eran diseñados uno a uno con grandes cantidades de cemento, y entonces la cuestión se hacía un poco difícil para poder difundir esta idea. Entonces creamos una solución compacta que se llamó Unidad Compacta de Beneficio Húmedo del Café, UB, en el cual recogimos la despulpadora, una criba clasificadora, un demucilaginador en un espacio muy pequeño, para que se hiciera un beneficio completo en ese espacio. Desde ahí ya empezamos a visualizar las tendencias de reducción de espacios, ahorros y economías que iban a ser muy importantes para la rentabilidad del cafetero. Enseguida, en este paso, nos arriesgamos a crear unas nuevas tecnologías de equipos con el siguiente esquema. Queríamos estar en Brasil, que era el gran productor del mundo, pero Brasil tenía una recolección específicamente mecanizada, donde las cantidades de verdes pues eran significativas. Entonces empezamos el desarrollo de una despulpadora de café que pudiera hacer este trabajo sin utilizar agua, o sea, manteniendo los mismos estándares ecológicos, y adelantándonos un poco a lo que iba a venir con el tema de la mano de obra en el campo, que así como a Brasil le pasó, le iba a pasar seguramente a todos los países, e inmediatamente visualizamos ese panorama y empezamos a trabajar muy fuertemente en el desarrollo de una tecnología que inicialmente se llamó despulpadora clasificadora de verdes, DCB, y que luego pasó a ser la despulpadora, la unidad de despulpe y clasificaciones UDC, en el cual ya incorporamos unas cosas más novedosas en donde una máquina sola pudiera hacer todos los trabajos que uno quisiera: despulpar sin agua, separar el verde, clasificar, limpiar, y con la posibilidad de o desmucilaginar o no desmucilaginar, donde ya empezamos a visualizar los temas de fermentación que empezaban a ser importantes en el mundo a través de los cafés especiales. Eso lo fuimos visualizando en las visitas a los clientes, en el conocimiento que teníamos de ellos, en donde ellos mismos nos iban diciendo como queremos incursionar en los cafés, pero queremos hacerlo bien, es difícil hacer una buena fermentación en tanques normales de cemento, hacemos pequeñas cosas en tanques plásticos que están muy bien, pero cuando crece un poquito la escala, pues necesitamos hacer el control. Entonces esta tendencia a los cafés diferenciados y muy altamente diferenciados, pues empezamos a ofrecer estos sistemas de fermentación que empiezan por temas muy sencillos, como tanques básicamente herméticos, en donde se pone el café, ausencia de oxígeno, hacemos una fermentación básicamente un poquito más homogénea, y eso nos permite tener un primer paso en esos cafés diferenciados que es importante. Luego entonces le dimos un poquito más y entonces creamos esa misma unidad, le adicionamos un sistema de recirculación, viendo que con esta forma podemos homogenizar todavía más, hacer un poco más de control de la variable temperatura, que es tan importante en el tema de la fermentación, y de esa manera también poder experimentar con los temas de maceraciones carbónicas, inoculando gases, dejando los ambientes inertes, y qué pena ahí por el anuncio, y seguimos pensando más soluciones, y por supuesto empezamos a pensar en cosas como, bueno, ¿cuál es el siguiente paso para hacer una fermentación todavía más controlada, todavía mejor, en el sentido de que se pudiera, cómo replico un perfil que ya obtuve? Entonces empezamos a trabajar en el Biomaster. El Biomaster es una solución muy chévere, muy completa. Es un equipo hermético que trae su tanque de recirculación de lixiviados. Le pusimos un sistema PLC y unos sensores para ir leyendo las variables de la fermentación, y a través de un cooler vamos enfriando los líquidos, o los lixiviados, o los mostos, o como queramos llamar, a la parte líquida de la fermentación. Hacemos control de la temperatura de la parte líquida, y con esa parte líquida controlada podemos controlar la temperatura de la masa, haciendo un control de la temperatura, haciendo un monitoreo del pH, haciendo control de la presión, y de esa forma poder tener una fermentación homogénea. Pero además lo que hicimos fue empezar a hacer la fermentación como si fuera una serie de eventos, en donde yo puedo controlar ciertas variables, puedo programarlas y hacer un seguimiento de esas variables. Es decir, creo una curva, o creo un perfil de una curva de variables que me llevarán a una curva de fermentación, que obviamente con una catación puedo encontrarle los atributos, y a través de esos atributos perfilarla y poderla asociar a la curva que yo realicé. Entonces de esa forma podemos encontrar que luego podríamos grabar esa curva dentro del mismo equipo, ponerle un nombre y tener asociado mi perfil con la curva y poder replicar el proceso. Obviamente tratando de replicar las otras variables que también incluyen, que por supuesto la fruta, el lote y el tema de cómo se haga el secado y el almacenamiento. Entonces este nuevo equipo lo que nos ha llevado a nuestros clientes es a poderles permitir hacer como qué quiere mi cliente, y empezar a perfilar, y la gente puede empezar a hacer experimentos, y la gente busca. Nuestros clientes son muy curiosos, y ya a través del equipo han logrado cosas maravillosas, porque se inventan unas fermentaciones increíbles. Ahora bien, en ese mismo escala, nosotros lo que hemos visto es que el tema de los microlotes se ha vuelto muy importante, y el tema del secado es un tema que tenemos que empezar a tocarlo muy seriamente desde el punto de vista de los cafés especiales, de los microlotes. Entonces esta es como una primera incursión que tenemos en ese sentido, y es una tecnología que hemos llamado Q-Dryer. Es una secadora muy pequeña en donde hemos aplicado, digamos, conceptos muy novedosos como el de ensamble usted mismo, pensando en el tema de la rentabilidad, en el tema de los fletes, en las máquinas rotativas, que son las que dan mejor homogeneidad, pues el tema siempre ha sido que el transporte es muy costoso, llevar esas máquinas armadas, entonces quisimos hacer algo novedoso ahí, tratando de que la gente, sobre todo el pequeño y mediano caficultor que quiera meter al tema de los especiales, puedan lograrlo sin mayores inversiones y que tengan tecnologías apropiadas. Igualmente incluimos un novedoso sistema de ventiladores que hacen que se pueda variar el caudal, lo cual quiere decir que tú puedes regular la temperatura y el caudal y crear como tu propia curva de secado también. Entonces, acompañando los temas de Biomaster, hemos acompañado los temas de secado con una manipulación mejor del secado, como homogeneidad en máquinas pequeñas como para el tema de microlotes, y eso creemos que esa unión de esas dos tecnologías pues nos puede llevar a ser muy exitosos en el mercado y poder ofrecerle a los clientes realmente esas ventajas enormes que tiene entrar al negocio de los cafés diferenciados. Entonces, esto era lo que queríamos mostrarle desde Penagos. A nosotros nos encanta darle soluciones a los clientes, nos encanta andar por el mundo dando vueltas y conociendo todo. Y pues cualquier duda, cualquier cosa, pues estamos a sus órdenes y muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Bueno, pues muy buen día para todos. Antes que nada, quiero agradecer en nombre de Hacienda El Roble la invitación a participar en este espacio que sin duda ha venido siendo ese encuentro idóneo para una industria tan cambiante como la nuestra y en la que se van a consolidar conceptos grandes de aprendizaje y de valor para nuestro producto. Para empezar, también me gustaría presentarme. Mi nombre es Ángela María Ortiz. Hace cerca de 11 años he trabajado con este maravilloso laboratorio de innovación y experiencia, como lo es una hacienda productora que lleva cerca de 150 años elevando el arte del coffee processing. Así es, el nuestro es un cultivo que data del siglo pasado, en una extensión de tierra considerable donde en realidad el café era una fuente de ingreso alterna que poco a poco fue cobrando relevancia en la medida en que los clientes manifestaban encontrar algo especial en el sabor. Y es que en los inicios de este negocio, la maquinaria en general y particularmente las tecnologías de secado eran importadas de Europa. Con ayuda de las primeras guardiolas que llegaron a Colombia hacia el año de 1876, en la hacienda se priorizó la calidad del grano y al mismo tiempo se cuidaban las relaciones a largo plazo, en que, como todos sabemos, las buenas prácticas de secado significaban impedir el desarrollo de bacterias y microorganismos y garantizaban esa longevidad del producto en destino. De alguna manera, hasta allí iba el control de una relación comercial a largo plazo. Y bueno, hacer las cosas bien siempre trae sus ventajas. Y es que con el tiempo, en el ejercicio de producir buenos cafés y cuidar esas relaciones a largo plazo, fue cobrando también protagonismo entender de dónde venía el grano, básicamente cómo se producían esos sabores, su trazabilidad y su consistencia. Y es que una cosa es ofrecer un súper sabor o un sabor que agrada, y otra muy distinta es poder ofrecer el mismo sabor cosecha tras cosecha. Esto al final del ejercicio significa repeat purchase, o como decimos nosotros en español, recompra. El café es un negocio de recompra y todos lo sabemos. La consistencia en taza cobró tanta o más importancia que el mismo perfil de sabor en este negocio. Fue entonces cuando las variables climatológicas y todos los atributos ambientales y topográficos empezaron a sumar como parte de ese factor diferenciador y surgen los state coffees. Era la manera de entender que un café de una hacienda o de una finca era muy diferente al de otra. Hacienda El Roble se encuentra ubicada en Colombia, en Santander, en una meseta conocida como la Mesa de los Santos, que alcanza los 1.650 metros sobre el nivel del mar. En unas latitudes específicas, con escasos 1.000 milímetros de lluvia al año y al mismo tiempo impactada con más de 1.900 horas de brillo solar, goza de una amplitud térmica considerable y suficiente para alcanzar un estrés hídrico que, controlado y mitigado por el efecto del sombrío y el riego oportuno, se traduce en cafés dulzones. Un cultivo bajo bosques certificados que sin duda agregan una estructura ambiental, además de un valor que se agrega a esa auténtica fórmula de sabor desde la sostenibilidad y la estabilización de los sabores. Es que fue justo gracias al manejo del sombrío tan cuidadoso y a las prácticas de agricultura orgánica como Hacienda El Roble decide hace 27 años certificarse como hacienda orgánica y prácticamente acceder a mercados aún más exigentes, con sellos como el USDA, el HACCP, el NOP y el mismo sello Bird Friendly que emite el Smithsonian Institution. Pero ahí no acababa todo. Realmente, después de casi un siglo de carrera hacia la diferenciación, llega un eslabón súper importante en esta cadena de valor a sumarse en esa matriz tan compleja, y fue la genética. Con un banco de varietales en estudio e investigación permanente en interacción con nuestra oferta ambiental, comenzó hace casi 3 décadas para la hacienda la era de los microlotes, y con ella un interés muy particular de tostadores y baristas para aproximarse al origen y descubrir nuevos sabores. En el 2013 logramos la primer libra de café colombiano vendida por encima de $100. Aún me parece estar en esa mesa de la subasta viendo cómo uno de nuestros exóticos alcanzaba $134 por libra y se lo llevaba un tostador en Australia para un evento en particular. Pero más allá de eso, fue esa transformación que vivimos y cómo nos convertimos en una hacienda multivarietal. Con cerca de 14 semillas en producción regular, empezamos a ofertar ensambles y blends de varietales exóticos, clásicos y de nueva generación en una auténtica oferta que significaba para baristas y tostadores la oportunidad de contar con cafés de autor. Y eso no era nada distinto de tener un café tailor-made. Y básicamente, estos baristas y tostadores eran los únicos hasta entonces capaces de replicar y controlar el sabor en el coffee shop. Curvas de tueste o con los mismos ratios de preparación o los métodos de extracción más sofisticados, eran los baristas y los tostadores los únicos capaces de transformar, controlar y replicar los sabores. Esa apuesta por la diferenciación y por sabores consistentes ha sido quizá el mayor acelerador de la evolución de esta industria. Cuando los expertos profesionales, tostadores y baristas del mundo se aproximaron al cultivo, surgió la necesidad de controlar cada etapa de procesamiento. Comienza entonces una caracterización mucho más detallada en el proceso de fermentación. Importantísimo encontrar las variables que inciden en cada varietal, en cada bache, en cada recolección del día, en cada cosecha, para poder documentar y replicar y poderle sumar finalmente a esta matriz tan compleja de sabores y de procesamiento de cafés diferenciados un atributo más: precision fermentation. Los tanques en acero inoxidable que durante años fueron utilizados en la industria del vino y la cerveza, hoy son fabricados por empresas locales y colombianas como Penagos, que han puesto a nuestro alcance la capacidad de controlar y replicar sabores desde el proceso de fermentación. Los bioreactores permiten medir, registrar y replicar variables en el proceso de fermentación como el tiempo, la presión, la temperatura, la recirculación de mucílagos e incluso de levaduras. Es así como el negocio que durante siglos se dedicó a conservar lo que la naturaleza proveía, desde ese match perfecto que hacía la semilla o la genética con la oferta ambiental, hoy va un paso más allá. Hoy está entregando una ficha técnica del procesamiento a nuestros clientes expertos, tostadores, baristas, importadores, para entregar una solución de negocio creada y diseñada a la medida de lo que buscan los clientes de nuestros clientes.
En el momento de pensar cómo diseñar un perfil de taza, la primer variable a considerar es la variedad o la especie de café. Y es que cada variedad tiene unas condiciones de oferta ambiental, que podemos mencionar algunas de ellas, como el brillo solar, la lluvia, la precipitación, la temperatura, la humedad relativa. Y también es muy importante mirar las características del suelo, las características físicas, las características químicas y también el componente biológico. Entonces, antes de pensar en temas de recolección, de fermentación, de secado y almacenamiento, lo primero que tenemos que considerar es cuál es la oferta de variedades que tenemos en nuestra finca o en la región que más se ajustan a las condiciones de oferta ambiental y de suelo. En la actualidad, las familias caficultoras tienen la posibilidad de desarrollar y diseñar perfiles de taza, y esto gracias básicamente a dos fuentes de conocimiento. La primera hace relación a los métodos de procesamiento. En Colombia, por ejemplo, siempre hemos hecho énfasis en el café suave lavado a través del método de café lavado. Pero han llegado otros métodos clásicos, como el caso del honey, del natural, del desmucilaginado y del trillado en húmedo. Estos métodos son usados en la actualidad por las familias caficultoras con el propósito de identificar cuál es el método que mejor potencializa o incrementa o intensifica ciertos atributos en el perfil de taza. También la segunda fuente de conocimiento es la catación. En la actualidad, muchos caficultores y sus hijos tienen la posibilidad de catar los cafés constantemente para poder comparar cómo aplicando diferentes métodos de procesamiento cambia el perfil de taza y con ello la oferta comercial de los cafés. Es tiempo para hablar sobre las prácticas agrícolas. Y es que cada variedad, dependiendo de su densidad de siembra, de su porte, lleva implícito unas podas que nos mantienen una producción constante. Aspectos como la fertilización y el papel que juegan los elementos menores es importantísimo a la hora de comprender cómo la nutrición vegetal ayuda a generar mejores precursores de aroma y sabor. Todas estas prácticas agrícolas son importantes de tener en cuenta en una programación y esto obviamente tiene un efecto en la generación de perfiles de taza en nuestro café. Pero quizás lo más retador a la hora de diseñar perfiles de taza tiene que ver con la experimentación. Y es que en la experimentación hay que formular protocolos y pequeños experimentos donde se combinan diferentes fermentaciones. Allí vamos a monitorear algunas variables. Existen algunas variables muy complejas y complicadas que a pesar de que podemos monitorearlas, no nos llevan a una relación causa-efecto. También hay que considerar que se necesitan unos pequeños elementos como caneca, recipientes plásticos y es muy importante que los productores lleven registros. Esa información de registros de diseño experimental es muy importante para determinar cuáles son las variables que más afectan la fermentación o el secado del café. Luego tenemos que escalar esos resultados a una infraestructura mucho mayor. Y es ahí donde tenemos que estar actualizados sobre los avances tecnológicos que las empresas nos presentan. En temas de fermentación, hoy en día podemos hablar sobre fermentadores que pueden recircular el mosto. También tenemos bioreactores que nos permiten medir esas variables y tenerlas de manera automatizada. Y también en el secado es muy importante conocer las etapas del secado. Cuando producimos cafés lavados, básicamente queremos hacer un secado rápido, pero los cafés honeys y los cafés naturales nos han enseñado que existen unas etapas. Etapa de presecado, etapa de oreado, hay una etapa intermedia que se conoce como guarda y etapa de secado final. A manera de ejemplo podemos citar que la etapa de presecado va del 55, del 53% al 35% de contenido de humedad. La etapa de oreado va del 35 al 20% de humedad. Y es precisamente cuando llegamos al 20% de humedad que muchos productores realizan la guarda. No es más que un descanso, una interrupción al secado para tratar de que la humedad interna migre hacia el exterior y luego la etapa de secado final sea un poco más uniforme, poder deshidratar y poder realizar un correcto secado. Como vemos, de la experimentación y lentamente poder ir escalando a elementos o infraestructura de beneficio más grande es uno de los grandes retos. Y es que los productores muchas veces no conocen cuáles son aquel equipamiento, aquellos elementos que actualmente las empresas tienen. Se necesita entonces una capacitación previa para que los productores conozcan cuáles son esas variables, cómo formular pequeños experimentos y cómo escalarlos a las innovaciones tecnológicas que actualmente ofrecen las empresas que fabrican equipos de beneficio y procesamiento. Una vez que se tienen los experimentos, es hora de catar esos experimentos. Y aquí es muy importante que los catadores de las fincas pertenecientes a las familias, a las cooperativas o a las asociaciones tengan la posibilidad de catar con otros catadores más experimentados. A veces, recuerdo mucho que en el pasado, cuando se probaba un café con una nota vinagre, pero un comprador internacional decía que era una nota arándano a frutos rojos. Eso me hace recordar que quizás una de las grandes dificultades es precisamente esa calibración, porque cuando se hacen diferentes experimentos de fermentación, a veces los catadores locales no tienen muchos puntos de referencia y pueden simplemente decir que el café está vinagre o con fermento. Es importante entonces determinar qué puede ser un fruto rojo o qué puede ser una nota especiada o una nota vinosa y hasta dónde llega un vinagre o un fermento. Por eso es necesario que se realicen cataciones comparativas entre muchos catadores y mucho mejor si los compradores son conscientes de que ya también en el origen nuestras familias están catando y que hoy en la actualidad un productor puede reconocer su perfil de taza y a través de los registros y de la experimentación se puede devolver. Es algo así como una ingeniería inversa que permite que el productor pueda acercarse más a esa deseabilidad, a ese perfil de taza que los clientes están buscando. Ahora bien, los compradores también tienen que ser conscientes de que si quieren ciertos perfiles de taza, deben darle el tiempo a los productores para que realicen la experimentación y puedan tener la oportunidad de enviar muestras tipo para que sea el comprador quien diga cuál es el perfil que más se acerca a sus necesidades o a sus requerimientos. En el pasado, los clientes tenían la información de catación, eran los que cataban y sabían tostar y básicamente eran los que descubrían los cafés en la finca. Pero en la actualidad, gracias a que la información de la catación está más cerca a los productores, ya se puede hacer un matching completo, donde se realiza un trabajo en equipo entre el productor y el cliente Y además hay que considerar los tiempos de producción. Hay países donde solamente tienen cosecha 4 o 5 meses, entonces prácticamente arranca el primer mes, el segundo mes, están experimentando y luego llega la plena, la cosecha principal. En países como Colombia, pues tenemos café casi todo el año y ese tiempo entre la experimentación y el escalamiento en el beneficio puede ser mucho más sencillo. Todos estos aspectos son buenos de considerar a la hora de diseñar los perfiles de tasa, comprender el mercado, pero ser conscientes de que ya los productores conocen los perfiles de tasa y conocen las técnicas de fermentación y secado que pueden reproducir para llegar a esa consistencia. Finalmente, queremos invitar a la industria del café, a los importadores, exportadores, baristas, a los productores. La invitación es a que trabajemos en equipo. A veces llegan clientes buscando cafés con mucho cuerpo, mucha fruta y mucho dulce, que es una descripción de un café natural, pero a veces los clientes quieren ese perfil de taza con un café lavado. Esto hace que la ruta para llegar a ese perfil de taza sea más difícil. Se necesita entonces una conversación, un lenguaje entre los productores, los comercializadores y la industria para tratar de llegar a un perfil de tasa de manera más eficiente, más consistente y más eficaz, y sobre todo utilizando un uso adecuado de los recursos para que este ejercicio sea rentable para las familias productoras.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for bearing with us during this session in Spanish with English subtitles. We are now live to answer some questions. We have time for a few questions. And we have one initial question from Gabriel. He says, if we are going to address the honey processing method as a means of producing unique coffee flavors more sustainably in terms of lower water use. So I don't know, Angela, if you produce honeys in your estate, and you could talk a little bit.
It's not our main line. That is
All right.
one.
Hernando, would you like to address? Would you like to say something about honey coffee?
Ya. ¿Me podía repetir, Mario, la pregunta, por favor, para contextualizarla?
Sé que, ¿qué opinas del proceso honey como una manera de obtener cafés diferenciados con poca agua? Y yo te puedo traducir.
Perfecto. Bueno, a ver, hay dos situaciones. Primero, pensar en si la diferenciación que yo quiero es de perfiles de taza. Y acá digamos que los cafés naturales son los que ofrecen la mayor diversidad de perfiles. Si se tratara de buscar diversidad de perfiles, me inclinaría más por un natural que por un honey. Y lo otro es que sí, obviamente después del natural sería el café honey quien menor impacto en el agua tiene, y para consumidores que les interesa la huella hídrica, un honey sería la segunda opción después de un café natural.
So what Hernando is saying is that since we are talking about flavor diversity or style diversity, the natural processing is definitely the one processing that gives you the most flexibility and control in terms of the outcoming flavor profile. And it's also a very, very low water use, actually lower water use than honeys. But after the natural process, honey comes next in terms of water use and also opportunities for differentiation. Thank you, Hernando. My next question is for Hacienda El Roble. You have been producing and selling coffee for decades now. Based on this experience, how do you visualize the future of specialty green coffee production in the next 2 to 3 decades for Hacienda El Roble?
Yes, I can answer that question. We are experiencing a revolution in the coffee dynamics, not only in this country, but around the world, I think. Before we were experiencing evolution. Right now, we call it revolution because there's a lot of people involved, growing every day, looking for new coffee profiles. So the potential for these coffees, specialty coffees in the future, to my view, is very, very important. It's going to grow constantly, and we hope it's going to overgrow the dynamics of 2% that the coffee consumption in the world have been experiencing for decades.
Thank you. And one last question for Penagos because we are short in time. So Penagos has been a pioneer in coffee processing from materials to machinery for wet and dry coffee post-harvest. You shared a few examples of those innovations today, but I would like to get your perspectives on the challenges emerging in post-harvest coffee processing, Arabica and Robusta, for you as an R&D expert and your company as a manufacturer.
Ok, Mario. Primero que todo, va a tener que ver el primer gran efecto con todo lo que tenga que ver con el cambio climático y sus efectos sobre la fruta, sus efectos sobre los procesos asociados al café. Básicamente, cambios en las medidas de las frutas, en las dimensiones, en la hidratación de las frutas, en la parte del secado, que va a ser muy radical el cambio climático. Lo que va a suceder. El segundo tiene que ver con todos los desafíos inherentes a la sostenibilidad. O sea, cómo hacer el café más sostenible. Esos también van a ser desafíos que van a afectar el procesamiento y nos van a llevar a pensar en nuevas formas de procesar. Y por supuesto, todo lo que tenga que ver con la transformación social del campo, en donde el tema de la mano de obra, el tema de las tecnologías en el campo, van a tener que empezar a permear todo lo que tenga que ver con los procesamientos. Entonces, esos tres efectos son muy importantes en un futuro próximo en temas de post cosecha.
So first of all, there will be a big impact of climate change in variables such as the fruit dimensions and the drying process of the coffee, and we need to address those. Second, we need to think a lot about sustainability and in general and how to address those aspects. And third, there will be shortage of labor, and therefore technologies need to address shortage of labor in the countryside. All right, we are at the top of the hour and we need to wrap up this session. Thank you everybody for watching Green Coffee Summit 2023, and please stay with us. We have many more very interesting sessions today and tomorrow.
Okay.
Goodbye.
See you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
I wonder if it's I'm on or not. Okay.
We're on, Don Luis.
Okay.
Well, good morning again, everyone. My name is Andres Montenegro, Sustainability Director at the SCA. And our next speaker is Luis Fernando Samper, who finds his purpose in creating and measuring collective value with a focus on origin, branding, and geographical indication. He is a co-author of several publications, including the power role of intangible in the coffee value chain and towards a balanced sustainability vision for the coffee industry. In this session, Luis Fernando will explore the role of intangible in the process of value creation and distribution in coffee, often overlooked but increasingly relevant in coffee experiences design as key quality signals. Luis Fernando, Don Luis, it's great to have you here with us today. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Many thanks, Andres, and many thanks to all the team at the CA for the invitation to share some of the thoughts on value. Oops, I'm sorry, but this is not the presentation that I sent Andres. This is so okay. I'm sorry. Okay.
Are you seeing the same slides?
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna switch over to the second slide because the title was a previous one. Anyway, sorry, but what I want to talk to you today is basically about value creation and value appropriation and the role of intangibles, particularly in coffee. And some of you may have heard or may have seen this curve, which is the SMILE curve. And this is a curve that basically shows that value is basically accumulated in the innovation phase and in the branding and distribution phase of pretty much every product. Think about semiconductors, think about mobile phones, think about clothing. The value tends to be accumulated in the innovation and branding and distribution. And in the production, not necessarily the value is significant. Production is outsourced in many industrial products. So this is sort of a concept that has been around for some time. In Rico, a couple of years ago, I sort of depicted the SMILE curve of the coffee industry as a smile that is leaning to the right, meaning there is more value in branding and distribution. There is some value in innovation. Clearly, there are some innovative concepts that create value, but there is more value on the end or the final mile or the end of the value chain. And coffee producers tend to be squeezed in the middle. At that point, we calculated that 10% of the, or a little bit less than 10% of the overall value of the coffee industry at that time, $200 billion or so, was accrued to producers. And then we created or explained, how can we modify this? How can we modify this coffee industry SMILE? And on the one hand, we said we need to generate more value generation. So move this curve upwards so that you could get more value for all actors in the coffee value chain. And in the distributional aspect, you have to enhance or increase the room where coffee producers are. And that's the objective. I sort of suggested the idea that we, as an industry, have the collective challenge of changing our SMILE curve, making it leaning, or more upwards, moving it upwards, and creating more room for producers, so that we could move from that 10% or 15 or 20% of overall this value distribution to the growers. So that's So that's an aspect that we need to consider when we are talking about value generation, and value distribution. The specific, and I call it the labyrinth of value generation and distribution. The specific product attributes are one of the paths, and these paths may interconnect, as you can see in this labyrinth, this Minotaur labyrinth. So you have the specific product attributes is one aspect. The value chain governance and transaction costs are another aspects. The consistency and reliability over time, the informational value, the past experiences, which is something similar to extrinsic values in the SEA protocol, and then the product knowledge and differentiation narratives. All of these, play into value generation and distribution. So I'm going to be talking about these four aspects, some of them in more detail than others. So let's move to the specific product quality attributes. And here, Kim already mentioned, the key aspects here are reduce information asymmetry, reduce what they call the transaction costs or price discovery costs, so that buyers and sellers know what they're buying and what they're saying. So the SEA grading, descriptive and affective analysis, the intrinsic value of their coffees is something that is being tackled this part of the labyrinth. So this is something that I'm not going to talk much more about because there are many experts on this field today. The second part of the labyrinth is a little bit more challenging, which is the value chain governance and transaction costs. This is something that it started in the literature some 20 or 30 years ago, talking about the apparel industry, and then there is a number of different analyses of different value chains that basically describe the formal and informal rules that orbit over specific transactions along the value chain and limit or enhance or make possible economic upgrading possibilities for certain actors, being local manufacturers or other actors along the chain. So you have, for instance, Taiwan now producing semiconductors. They found an upgrade possibility. Before they were just contract manufacturers, and now they have found an upgrading possibility in producing semiconductors themselves. So that vary across the industry and specific situations and specific contexts and specific segments, to the point that you could have in the same industry different types of governance. How are those types of governance? In principle, there are 5 different types of value chain governance. Some of them have the ability or limit the ability of economic upgrade. Some of them are more leaning to economic upgrade. Some of them can allow differentiation from above or from below or from both. So this, I'm not going to talk much about it, but I'm going to summarize for the purposes of the coffee industry, summarize 3 types of value chain governance. The market-driven governance, which is, little or no differentiation for sellers before buyers. So price becomes the only differentiator. This is the market-driven governance. You have a modular or captive governance that allows some differentiation for farmers or for producers. For instance, sustainability certifications or other, aspects that allow differentiation, but still buyers can pick and choose who to buy from because it is not enough. The intangible does not belong to producers. It belongs to someone else. And then we have the relational governance, where you have mutual dependency between buyers and sellers. And this is, fertile ground for innovation and enhanced product knowledge. We saw the Hacienda del Roble example of this that we categorize as a farm or a producer that is leaning on developing relational relations, strong relations with its buyers. Okay. Now, the third part of the labyrinth is the consistency and reliability over time. And this is very much looks as extrinsic value signals of information based on past experience. So you value certain aspects of your or information or data points of the coffee you're buying. Is because past experience has shown that this country of origin or this process type or other relevant data points are important for you. You have not tried them in this particular coffee lot that you're buying, but the informational aspect that coffee lot carries gives you value, gives you some signals as to what you're willing to buy. And this is very much similar to branding. You end up buying a particular brand because you trust it, and you trust it because of your past experience, and your past experience is because there is some information, data points or relevant attributes of that brand that you consider valuable. So the issue is how these extrinsic attributes can be made to work in favor of farmers, or how you can play with that to obtain economic upgrade possibilities. So that's one aspect to discuss. So, for instance, let's look at sustainability seals. This is information from the Coffee Barometer 2023. And you see that some sustainability certifications have higher premiums than others. So, for instance, these UTC and 4C, usually they have lower premiums for green coffee. And the relationship between demand and supply is that pretty much half or a little bit less than half of what is produced is actually sold as UTC or 4C. So there is an imbalance there. Probably the very best balanced certifications according to Coffee Barometer are the organic and the Starbucks cafe practices. But still, there is a lot of farmers as in a differentiation strategy cannot guarantee that they have demand for this coffee that they have certified. They have to incur in the 100% of all the farm to be able to produce part of the or sell part of the production with the certification. And if you are buying fair trade, you can buy fair trade from Colombia, from Guatemala, from I don't know, Indonesia, Uganda, because the buyer is looking for fair trade. Is not necessarily looking for origin fair trade or for a particular community fair trade. So you don't really obtain loyalty to your own coffee or your own coffee community because you are reliant in someone else's intangible. Now, so let's look at origin. So there is a business to business case for origin equity. We just saw Kim's presentation on the most valuable extrinsic attributes, and the country of origin and process type appear to be on the top side, and there are other origin linked attributes that probably score a little bit less, but they still are way up in the top. So apparently the green coffee buyers, so the professionals, are looking for these type of attributes. There is a survey made for the USA Feed the Future program a couple of years ago, just before the pandemic, and there were, according to the buyers of Ethiopian coffees, some attributes associated with country of origin that they felt that created value for them. So there is origin equity to explore, to understand, and to develop from a B2B perspective. This is another survey made by Perfect Daily Grind. And this was from out of 62 coffee professionals, which origins they preferred for blends. And then you saw a number. I mean, these are of course leaning on the specialty coffee professionals. So you get very high scores for Ethiopia and this type of origin. But origins are in the back of their mind clearly for B2B or green coffee buyers. The B2C, I'm sorry, this is not B2B, but B2C origin equity is also there. This is the NCA 2023 spring survey, and consumers, this is the whole sample of consumers, 1,500 consumers in the USA market, North American market. They claimed that over half of consumers claimed that these were country of origin was important, or single origin was important. There is information of where coffee is grown was also a top scorer. So there is more information, or more you look at that information, how many of those consumers considered or were aware of particular origins. These were the scores. Colombia, 80% of consumers knew that Colombia was a coffee producer. 62% claimed to know Brazil was a coffee producer, and so on and so forth. And then you would say, how many of these people thought that coffee was good or tasted very good? And then 70% of these 80% of consumers thought about Colombia as an origin that produced very, very good coffee. So you multiply that 80 times 70, and you get like 56% of overall consumers have a very good image of Colombia, 31 Brazil, and so on and so forth. This is, of course, I highlight Colombia because I was at some point working on these programs. And for those interested, they could look into a book that we published some time ago about that is entitled Juan Valdez, the Strategy Behind the Brand. So, Ethiopian coffee is another example of how prices for Ethiopian coffee are generally higher, although they vary quite a bit, and we are going to talk about that. They can vary quite a bit among second wave and third wave roasters, and this is the source of this is a survey made by Premium Quality Consulting earlier this year. Anyway, so I think origin has to play a role, and that's the third labyrinth. And the fourth section of the labyrinth is, of course, product knowledge and differentiation narratives. So how can we generate loyalty to origin so that we can expand the room where coffee producers are in this smile curve? Because sometimes, so far, the narrative of origin is mostly on certifications, varietals, and process. And the origin aspect is important, but is not adequately explained or understood. And we tend to overplay the emotions associated with farmer stories, but not the rational elements that come with understanding the impact of origin and quality. So I personally believe that emotions open the door for consideration, but do not necessarily generate loyalty or long-term loyalty from either buyers or consumers, unless you have a very strong rational arguments. And let me explain you that in a complete separate industry. Um, let's look at the luxury car market, and this is a advertising piece of some time ago. If you look at this advertising piece, you see that the buyer of this car, this expensive car, it looks young, handsome, successful. He has a girlfriend or a lady that is looking at him with admiration, and you sort of get the message that if you buy that car, is because you are successful. So you want to demonstrate success by buying that car. That's sort of the message that you get. So in coffee, we play emotions basically with farmer content on stories and probably culture a little bit, which is fine. It opens the door for consideration. It opens the door for trying to know a little bit more about that coffee or that region or that place. But as I said earlier, it does not guarantee loyalty. Loyalty comes from repeat purchase, and it was also mentioned in the previous session. Repeat purchase is loyalty, and is the most valuable thing that you can have in marketing. Just one trial, one purchase is not enough. You have to get repeat purchase again and again and again, and there are consumers have several options. Green coffee buyers have several options, and you have to develop the reasons why these people will come back to you and will justify the price that they are willing to pay for your product or your coffee. So let's go back to the car industry. So what are the rational arguments that brands give consumers to buy their expensive cars? So this is one example. The brand tells the consumer, well, you know what, if you buy this car, you will be able to reach 100 kilometers per hour in 4 seconds. That's a very rational argument. That so if that buyer of that car is asked, why do you want to buy this car, the buyer will not say, well, I want to buy this car because I want to demonstrate success. No, he will come back to you with a rational argument to justify his or her behavior by saying, no, I buy this car because I reach 4 seconds. In 4 seconds, I reach 100 kilometers. So the brand justifies or explains to consumers a reason why to buy the car on a rational terms. On rational terms. However, when we go back to coffee, we don't have much rational arguments to explain origin differences. Why do coffees taste the way they taste? This is again the same survey made to Ethiopian green coffee professionals, and what is the information that they are requiring for their suppliers? And some of them talk about GPS coordinates and elevation, yes, but most of them are talking about emotional, not rational arguments. So the ability to explain why that coffee tastes the way it tastes is not really substantiated. So buyers don't have rational arguments to explain to their consumers, and that's something that we talk about generic, we talk about the elevation, we talk about other aspects, but we are not very concrete at that. So let me explain that in terms of a quality equation. So if we want to be able to explain why origin plays a significant role in quality, we have to sort of understand that quality is a function of the genotype's interaction with environment. And whatever you do in harvesting and post-harvesting, fermentation, everything that was explained by the Penagos person, is also important for quality. And then you get, your quality as an outcome. However, what does, out of these variables, what is appropriable or what is not easily replicable from a farmer perspective, from a producer perspective? Genotypes can travel. In fact, if you tell your consumer that what is most important is geisha, well, we'll have geisha from Panama, or geisha from Colombia, or geisha from whatever, because the focus of your attention is geisha, and that is an intangible that does not necessarily belong to producers. Harvesting and post-harvesting are processes, methods that can be replicated in different origins. So they don't necessarily belong to producers as well. They have to do it well. Yes, they have to use the most modern and sophisticated techniques. I agree, but that doesn't mean that they can build loyalty from their origin out of those using those processes. So the environment is the most difficult to replicate, and is linked to origin, to a particular place or a particular location. So that's why I believe that one of the extrinsic attributes that we need to understand better and be a lot more profound in understanding it is origin. And there is some work already done in that regard. Brazil has already 12 geographical indications. That means coffees coming from particular areas that have particular standards, where quality is linked to origin. You will see in Ethiopia, for instance, you have very different and distinct origins that have distinct quality profiles, but we don't understand very well still why these coffees taste differently. What are the quality equations associated with each of these different regions? In fact, we don't have a common agreement on how these particular regions taste like. I did some analysis of how Ethiopian coffees are described by different importers earlier this year, and I selected Guji, the Guji region in Ethiopia, and I assume that most of these sellers were selling grade 1 or grade 2 Gujis, and they had different descriptors. In general, it was not easy to find a single descriptor. I'll show you this. These were sort of the words that were used by the different buyers. And then we also thought, well, but maybe this is grades 1 and 2. I mean, this chart, I have to explain it a little bit. These are all the Guji exports of Ethiopia, which is like 6% of all total Ethiopian exports. And Guji prices are generally 50% above the Ethiopian coffee export average. And the most important markets for Guji are the United States and the European Union, which is pretty much like 50% of overall Guji exports. And we look at those two markets. They buy, United States buy, grade 1s and grade 2 Gujis, but they have 1/3 of Gujis that are below grade. So how can you protect the Guji name in the American market if people are selling substandard Gujis? What sort of message are you giving? How can you protect the reputation of Guji? Someone was talking about policing specialty coffee or policing something. They are in fact intellectual property instruments to sort of to define what the standards are and what can be called Gucci and what cannot be called Gucci. So there are possibilities of enhancing the intangibles of producers or the collective intangible of producers using intellectual property instruments. Colombia has gone a road towards differentiation of its regions, also using these intellectual property instruments, using technology and trying to get protection of the different origins to make sure that people are not abusing or using coffees or the coffee descriptors from certain regions that from which they don't come from. In terms of rational arguments, there were studies made for food pairing, in this case, Huila coffee from Colombia, to see how these coffees could mix better in terms for recipes or for new preparations and so forth. So these were sort of the rational arguments that were explained, or the probability maps of where you could find higher or lower presence of certain compounds that are related to quality attributes. So this is sort of a start of something that has to be complemented with thermal amplitude studies, as was mentioned also by Mesa de los Santos, and other aspects that are conducive to origin and quality. So in sum, we cannot say that differentiation is equals to ability to capture value. You have to think about in terms of this labyrinth of the different variables that play into capturing value, and you have to work. If you're a farmer or you're a country of origin, you have to work towards that. We should avoid what we had a few years ago, particularly here in Colombia, where coffees became a specialty once they were shipped, but the farmer didn't know that they were a specialty. So they sold their coffees at low prices, and someone else along the chain was able to reap the benefits of those quality differences. So these information asymmetries are not only to be solved with the standards, but also to be solved with institutional aspects and also with tactics and understanding of your product and having a deeper product knowledge. So you need to develop that product knowledge. You need to understand that relationship between origin and quality. And you need to understand what situation in terms of value chain governance you are, so that you can try to modify it and apply the marketing principles that from both emotions and rational aspects to be able to obtain or achieve that loyalty. By using that, or by using this, I dare to call it toolkit, but all these aspects, or understanding all these aspects, you may be able to modify that smile curve that we were talking about. So, smile, it is possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Don Luis. A very interesting presentation. I really appreciate all the insights in these intangibles that resonate a lot with the work that we are doing on CVA and the extrinsic definition that we use. We have an active chat, quite a few questions emerging. So let me try to use that as a quick reference. I think one of the first questions that we received was on this probably idea of digging a little bit more on the smile curve. We received several related with that, like what factors move the entire smile curve up, how we can particularly maximize the idea of distribution of value for farmers, and how they use these concepts to somehow capture more value. It will be great if you could provide some additional insights on this.
Well, I'm a firm defender that or a firm believer that intangibles play a very significant role. And in fact, we produced, as Kim mentioned some time ago, try to understand how intangibles play different roles along the coffee value chain. In the different segments, you have the commercial segment that has a different intangibles, but you see the third wave or second wave segments, and they have the intangibles play different roles along the segments. So certainly you have to create interest. You have to develop and sophisticate or help sophisticate your coffee consumers, so that they are willing to pay more for their coffees. And that appreciation has to be based on product knowledge. That appreciation has to be based on different or enhancing the perception of value that particular attributes may have. We all know that that not all green coffee buyers appreciate the same things that roasted coffee consumers. Kim, in fact, mentioned a graph that compared the perceptions of wine professionals versus wine consumers. So the issue here is how to not only keep offering a high quality product, but keep offering a high quality differentiation narrative along the ways of what is interesting to consumers. And the human stories of coffee are beautiful, yes, but they are not enough. They are not going to lead you to quality. There are plenty of human stories of coffee that are beautiful, that are brilliant, that we love them. There are plenty of coffee landscapes around the world that we love them. And these will open the door for consideration. Yes. Will they create loyalty? They will create repeat customers? Not necessarily. We need to understand the origin, understand the relationship between that farm and the quality that it produces. And if we want to create collective value, we should not limit ourselves to one farm, one farmer, but hopefully a region, a single origin that can sort of raise the tide for more than one producer.
Thank you, Luis. That's interesting because we were discussing, I think that yesterday, about this idea of value chain governance and how that is, the elephant in the room that is always there, but usually on our collective blind spot. I don't know if considering this and this idea of, not thinking on a single farmer, but, a community or a region, if you could provide some ideas, suggestions based on your experience on what alternative governance models could be leveraged to expand this, let's say, the power of intangibles and value perception for consumers on the market, so the farmers and producers could, improve that value capture that you were referring to.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think is very relevant because we at producing countries, our experts are complaining. In fact, we created. I'm going to say something that is probably not very politically correct, but we created the world's producing forum producers forum that I call it the world's complaining forum, because there is no solutions out of that. We stop we don't take our initiative in our own hands in many cases, and we can change the governance, or we start to try to modify the governance by thinking about how to enter into different segments, by thinking about how to create relationships, medium, longer term relationships with target clients and target customers. We should not rest and believe that the world is the way it is, and I cannot do anything about the world. We should try to modify our own world and our market situation by working on developing strategies to achieve that. Now, governance is also a set of informal and formal set of rules and even government regulations that may apply or may have an impact on particular transactions. So there are as well tools that you could try to play with to modify your governance structure or your governance situation. And I would also dare to say that intellectual property tools are also possible for producers to target and to achieve on a collective basis or on an individual basis. So there are opportunities out there, depending on a particular situation, on a particular context.
Okay, perfect. That's a great response. And it seems that, I'm seeing the chat and people is still asking a little bit more on how we can apply these concepts to try and build. This is a question from Camila. To build more equitable business relationship where both sides get to pick what is valuable. That's a big question, but at the same time, it could be associated with something that it's also referred on the question. It's the value of relationships on the value chain and how to, from those experiences, you can build that understanding and also create a good story. So I don't know if you would like to elaborate a little bit more in these commitments and long-standing relationship as a driver of additional value and a gateway for keep building those narratives that create capture more value, but also distribute more value with farmers.
Well, I was a big critic, or still I am a big critic of this model of a storytelling where you have this coffee hunter that I used to call at some point the Indiana Jones of coffee, that will go to exotic places, find this coffee jewel, and bring it to market. And the hero of the overall story was the Indiana Jones, of course, not the coffee, not the origin, not the producer, but the one that found it, that discovered it. And that, and I think that, the market since then has somewhat evolved, and we see now very high profile baristas and other creating, partnerships with farmers, creating partnerships with particular origins, where you could have a mutual dependency or a relational governance type, in which they can create innovation. They start using alternative fermentation techniques, or even planting different genotypes, etc. And you have these relationships are ideal and can be, in my mind, created at very different single origin definitions. You could do it at a farm level, you could do it at a community level, at co-op level, at regional level, and even at national level. And for all these relationships, there will be different price points, there will be different opportunities to enhance or to communicate different attributes. But all of them will require deeper product knowledge. And now that I know that Michael Sheridan will follow us, I will ask him to please consider in his new role as Coffee Quality Institute executive director, to devote more resources to understand the relationship between origin and quality. We have plenty of studies talking about the importance of coffee preparation and the millibars for espressos, and we have plenty of research also talking about the issues that relate to genotypes. We have world coffee research. We have also harvesting and post-harvesting research and fermentation techniques and so on. But the one thing that does belong to farmers, the one thing that does belong to growers, and which is the environment and the relationship between environment and quality, we have very little research. So we want to empower farmers. We have to, understand their intangibles a lot better than we currently do, so that we can communicate them better and create loyalty for origin.
Wonderful. Yeah, I love that message, Luis. It deeply resonates with me, and the idea of intangibles and intrinsics, and how much we are still lacking in terms of knowledge to better understand that type of concept in the benefit of farmers. And one more question that I have here is this idea of a common language, in which the SCA coffee value assessment represents a good example as a way to reduce transaction costs for increasing the efficiency of supply chain operation. During your presentation, you mentioned this tension of rational versus emotional arguments on building effective product narratives. Can you help me expanding a little bit more on this, and how, through a more, let's say, balanced approach, we could improve on quality signals that help farmers not only to differentiate, but to accrue more value for their effort, and also to mitigate the risk that they bear in coffee production? It's because it seems like this question is also being referred in other doubts that I'm seeing in the chat.
Well, I think that both. I see that there are four big elements for that can build a 21st century brand, origin brand or company brand or whatever. You have the emotional, the rational, the experience, and the sustainability. Mm-hmm. Sustainability, of course, is a topic in itself. Experience, you have to sort of understand the experience in a profound way. So I'm not going to talk about that, but I'm going to focus on the two aspects that you mentioned, emotional and rational. And I think that there is not necessarily have to be a tension between the two. I think that they need to be complementary. Whatever you build in terms of emotional language needs to take you to the rational arguments. Emotions, as I said, open the door for consideration. But consideration is not enough. You have to convince yourself that you're buying a good product, like that, expensive car buyer that needs to convince himself that he is going to drive 100 kilometers per hour in 4 seconds. You need to convince, the buyer that you're buying a good product, and that can only come from science and understanding, deep understanding of your product, for a long-term understanding of product knowledge, where you play up or you underline the origin aspect if you're a farmer. Because if you are going to underline all aspects that cannot belong to you, you go out to the world and say, I am a Rainforest Alliance producer. Well, there will be several Rainforest Alliance producers all over the world. So you are not going to have enough differentiation to build long-term loyalty. So you have to create the arguments of your farm or your community, of your country or your region, that explain why your coffee tastes the way it tastes. And that's and the emotional, tactics will sort of lead to that to those arguments as well.
Agree, definitely. Such an interesting topic on this. Probably I'm going to find with One final question that could be a provocation to you.
I'm easy to provocate, so don't worry.
I know. You worked for a long time at FNC. There are also people from other institutions that represent coffee farmers worldwide attending this meeting, and this presentation in particular. And I would like to know, with all these concepts, with all these ideas, you have to pick like key recommendation for these institutions. What will be your recommendations to leaders and representatives from this producer organization worldwide on how to move the needle to create, market systems in which farmers receive more and leverage these intangibles for creating a more sustainable coffee industry?
Well, but that's a very big question, because it's many countries and many different situations. I've been traveling to Africa, to Central America, to Brazil, to a number of coffee producing countries, and studying some of them in Southeast Asia. And so it's I think a single bullet answer is not possible or appropriate. I called it the coffee generation and the value generation distribution labyrinth, because it's complex. We live in a complex world. We cannot, there is so many people coming out with single easy solutions to complex problems in all facets of society, and we are sort of at the risk of making complex issues like you didn't need to work. I mean, you only have to complain and then everything will be solved. No, you have to work. You have to develop product knowledge initiatives. You have to think about the governance. You have to think about information asymmetry and how you can reduce it. You have to think about all these aspects in at the same time. Otherwise, you will not get the outcome that you want. So it's a very long equation at the end of the day. The value equation has many aspects to it, many different variables that you have to work in each one of them. Of the big thing that you have to do is understand that there are all these aspects, and understand what your current situation is, and how you can work in all the aspects that constitute that value assessment or component at the end of the day.
Wonderful. Yeah. Constant awareness. These markets are dynamic and ever evolving. Agree with that, Don Luis. Muchas gracias. I really appreciate all your insights, your patience in preparing this session. And well, hopefully we'll be talking anytime soon in the future. I'm going to move with my colleagues in the next panel that will be talking about sustainable sourcing strategies and value models. And hopefully I will share your question to Michael Sheridan to see if we can get additional insights on that, Don Luis.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm back. So for our final session today, we are going to have another panel discussion, this time with 3 esteemed speakers about sustainable sourcing, a topic that has only grown in its importance to green coffee buyers and sellers over the past decade as it's moved from the fringes of the coffee industry into the mainstream. I'll take a moment to introduce our panel and then I'll hand it over to them. So, Stephanie Daniels is the Senior Program Director for the Sustainable Food Lab's Agriculture and Development work. Her expertise is in responsible sourcing with a focus on the impact of sourcing in cocoa and coffee growing communities. She has dedicated her knowledge and energy to creating equitable food systems that harness the power of trade to deliver positive social, socioeconomic, and environmental outcomes. Welcome, Stephanie. Next, we have Jose Rivera, who is an SCA Sustainability Award winner in the individual category in 2023, the Director of Sourcing at Origin Coffee Lab, where he creates effective and innovative strategies to add value to the coffee supply chain. Through a focus on increasing producers' profit margins, leveraged by comprehensive farmer training, Jose is able to help coffee communities he grew up in and make truly lasting changes. Welcome, Jose. And then finally, Michael Sheridan, also an SCA Sustainability Award winner in the individual category, but in 2021. Michael has been working to make coffee better since 2004. From 2004 to 2016, he led coffee programming at the International Development Agency, CRS. From 2016 until just a few days ago, he led green coffee buying for Intelligentsia Coffee, and in a few days, he'll be starting the next chapter of his career as the CEO of the Coffee Quality Institute. Thank you 3 so much for being here, and please take it away.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kim. And can you hear me? Just wanted to check. Okay, great. Well, it's really a pleasure to be here today. I wish we were all in the same room drinking good coffee together, but we'll take these virtual rooms for what they are and the gift that to connect with people all around the world. So again, as Kim Elena said, I'm Stephanie Daniels. I'm actually going to be the moderator of the panel. Jose and Michael are your stars today. And what we're talking about is value in sourcing systems. Today, I want to just give you a little bit of framing. And from where I sit, I am not a coffee expert, although I'm a coffee lover. And when I look at the coffee sector, I see one of the few places where there is much potential to grow and lots of innovation and good things to learn from. So lots of challenges, of course, but also lots to learn from. So my organization, Sustainable Food Lab, we focus on shifting the dynamics of the mainstream and commodity markets. And over the last few years, I've been focusing on the concept of embedding living income as a minimum metric for companies' sustainability programs, with this basic assumption that if a product like coffee is called sustainable, then farmers should be able to at least earn a decent standard of living. As part of that work, I have the privilege of working with the Sustainable Coffee Challenge and the ICO on setting some or supporting initiatives to get comparable and publicly available data for companies to use in terms of the cost of decent standard of living, the reference cost of sustainable production, and other critical data. So that system is, I think, starting on a sector level. And hopefully what we're hoping with that work is that it leads into national dialogues. It has in about 9 countries started with quite promising momentum. And there's a real need for the public and private sector to work together. But I think as we look at those big systems and the need for national and sector-wide dialogue, that is really fed by the sourcing practices between particular supply chain partners. And that's what we're going to focus on today, is that we need sort of structural solutions and that kind of thing. But a lot of these challenges can be addressed by individual actions and company practices. And I think we have inspiration to learn from the 2 organizations today. I just had a chance to listen to one of the previous sessions. And Luis Samper was talking a little bit about how different value chains are governed. And he made this reference to relational governance, where there is sort of mutual dependency between buyers and sellers. And that in those kind of value chains, there's really fertile ground for innovation and advance in understanding of the coffee traded. So I think that, to me, speaks a lot about what our two speakers are going to address today. So I'm going to turn it over to the two of you. Michael, I'd like to go to you first. You're in an interesting time when you're starting to go from one job to another job. So I imagine that gives you some time for reflection, but maybe staying in your intelligentsia role, this conversation today, tell us a little bit about how you think about this challenge of sustainable sourcing. I know you have some slides to share, and then we can come back to the audience with questions after that. So I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Stephanie. Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here, especially with you, Stephanie. We've worked together in the past on some of the challenges you mentioned, and with Jose, I will try to keep the time frame straight. As Kim said, I spent 7+ years as the director of sourcing and shared value at Intelligentsia, and I was in that role until last Friday. So it's still pretty top of mind. But during the 7 years I spent at Intelligentsia, I had the privilege and pleasure of working closely with Jose. His organization, Origin Coffee Lab, is one of the most successful new relationships that we built over the past 7 years at Intelligentsia. So I feel very comfortable in this conversation in this company. Am I supposed to be seeing slides now?
I don't know. I'm assuming someone, there we go.
There we go. Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much. Okay, so I just, I'm going to put up some ideas here that are fed by, that are really informed by both my 7+ years at Intelligentsia and the previous decade or more that I was at Catholic Relief Services leading programs with smallholder farmers, mostly in Central and South America. And really the opportunity to speak on this topic of sustainable sourcing strategies and value models was really welcome opportunity, because I've spent most of my 20 years in coffee thinking about and working on them. As is mentioned, the past 7 years, I directed sourcing for Intelligentsia, and every day that I went to that office, I had to walk past this, which is a garage at the brewery at the Goose Island Beer Company, which is Intelligentsia's neighbor just west of the Loop in Chicago. And I loved that this was the last thing I saw before I sat down at my desk to work, because it really speaks to what animated me in that work. And I actually showed this to a gathering of growers at our Global Direct Trade Network event, Extraordinary Coffee Workshop. And they said, we don't want to be your only coffee buyer. We just want to be your best coffee buyer. And for me, what that really meant as a person leading green coffee buying was always and everywhere looking for opportunities to add value, to create value for our suppliers. And I think so the perspectives I'm going to offer today are really based on the experience of sitting with growers, trying to map their path into the market, looking downstream toward the market, and then being a buyer looking upstream all the way to Origin, and trying to keep present everything I learned during those many years I worked at Origin. And the first thing I'll say is that I think when we talk about value creation, there's an impulse to think about doing more good, right? We want to create more value. That means we want to do more good. And in coffee, there's been a lot of dialogue around green coffee prices and doing more good. And there's been the idea that value is financial value, and we need to create financial value. And the most natural way to do that is to pay higher prices. And that is certainly a really important part of any sustainability strategy. But I think there was a period, thankfully, I think we're receding from it, but I do think it's still a little bit operative, this idea of really focusing on the highest prices paid for the highest quality coffees. Those eye-popping numbers that are commended at auction, the $100+ per pound winning lots. And so there's this idea, and it becomes a kind of what I think of as a sort of a beauty pageant approach to value creation. The more coffee you pay, the higher your price, the more sustainable your supply chain. And I think, again, high prices are important. Those auctions are important, but you can create a lot of value without paying $100+ for top lots at COEs. And in that discussion about doing more good, I think the question that gets asked probably not enough is how do we do less harm? And this is not just an issue for the coffee market; it's an issue for the broader global economy that coffee is a part of. And it was reflected really powerfully in a best-selling book a couple of years ago called Winners Take All, that really talked about the impulse of the world's leading corporations in the social and environmental impact spaces, taking the same approach that they take to succeed in the market, which is trying to outdo one another and to compete with one another to do the most good. And the author's compelling suggestion is that we don't ask frequently enough, how do we do less harm? And it's an important reminder that risk and reward are part of the same, or two sides of the same coin. And that while we spend a lot of time talking about more reward, the flip side of that coin, risk, is also an equally valid way to think about value creation. So I just want to offer a few thoughts today about thinking about value creation in ways that maybe we haven't historically as an industry, or that are focused on doing the most good and paying the highest prices for the best quality lots, kind of obscure. That's supposed to say price risk. So I think a lot about risk. I thought about it a lot when I was working with growers, and I thought about it a lot when I was working as a buyer with growers. And I really think about 4 categories of risk that are a challenge to the sustainable coffee trade: price risk, market risk, climate risk, and currency or exchange rate risk. And I think the way we buy coffees, to Stephanie's earlier point, individual actions and corporate practices can go a long way in mitigating all 4 of those categories of risk. And the first one I want to talk about is price risk. So price is important, but I would encourage folks to think less about the highest prices paid and that sort of beauty pageant approach to pricing, and to think more about weighted average prices. Ultimately, what we're trying to solve for is not breaking the record at the last auction. What we're trying to solve for is this. You've all seen some version of this graph. This is 40 years of daily closes on the C market. And the 2 things that should jump out to everybody are, first, the really wild volatility of that market as a price discovery mechanism, and then the long, painful periods it spends well below costs of production. My own start in coffee came in that deep trough that most of you know very well. Anybody who's my age or older, from 99 to 2004, when we spent 5 years, more than 5 years below $1 a pound. This is what we're solving for, is making sure that prices are high enough and stable enough for people to be able to extend their time horizons and plan for the future. And paying $264 a pound is amazing for everybody involved, but that doesn't really address this issue. And so I would encourage folks to think about weighted average prices. You may not ever even participate in a COE or ever pay more than $5 or $10 a pound for your best coffees. You may be buying bulk lots of blenders, but if you're paying stable prices that are high enough, you can have a very sustainable supply chain and contribute in really important ways to the goal Stephanie mentioned of having a living income. Market risk is a little different, and it's related to price risk, but market risk is the risk that nobody's buying what you're selling, that there isn't a demand for your supply. And that comes when your offer isn't aligned with the specific trends in the marketplace. I often think of the coffee trade as a really complicated version of the salon game telephone that's played across time zones, across borders, across languages, across cultures, across different ways of knowing, across different frameworks of value and meaning. It's incredibly complex what we do. And we as buyers can mitigate some of the risk associated with that game. And again, the market risk that in all of those in all of those communications, that the signals that the market is sending are obscured, and there's too much noise for people to perceive the signals. For me, the role of a buyer is to amplify the signal and suppress the noise. And this is exactly the point that Luis Fernando raised around supply chain governance or supply stream governance, and having clear rules of engagement and, as much as possible, clear communication from the market end of the chain to the supply end. And for me, this is another area where price has, unfortunately for all of us, really dominated the discussion about supply chain transparency. A lot of times in coffee, it's hard to see the word transparency when it's not preceded by price. And price transparency is hugely important. I worked very closely with the folks at Emory during the years I was at Intelligentsia on data donations and financial donations to support that important work. But transparency, supply chain transparency, and supply chain governance really go so far beyond price. In my experience, the best examples of this are really, it really comes from a point of departure of true partnership. And you're saying, the old model of coffee was to make money off of your partners and to get margin by squeezing people upstream in your own supply chain. And the modern view of the market is that you compete together with your partners against other supply chains. And so you want your own interest is aligned with your supplier's interest because you want them to be as successful as you are. And so what does this look like? Playing this game of telephone in a way that suppresses noise and amplifies the signal. It's being transparent about everything. What are you seeing in the marketplace? What are the opportunities? What are the constraints? What are the doors that are opening? What are the doors that have been open that are about to close? And then, really originizing those communications and grounding them for people. So what does that mean for you? This is the quality that we're looking for. And so calibration around quality and understanding what quality is, having a common language for it and a common framework for it. There are a lot of approaches to that. The Q is the most well-known, but even outside the Q, that function of calibration around quality is so fundamental, and communicating as clearly as possible what the targets are. What are the specific ways that coffee is being used? Is it being produced as offered as a single origin or a blend? How is it being roasted? All of those things position growers to be able to respond more successfully to the demands of the market. And every one of the bits of knowledge that's transferred or technology that's transferred through that kind of communication reduces the market risk. It's hugely important, and it doesn't get any sort of play in conversations about high prices, but it's really important in my experience to the success of growers, and then ultimately to the success of their supply chain partners further downstream. Sharing the risks of innovation. For me, this is so important, and there's still like ghastly stories about the way buyers behave at origin in terms of what they ask suppliers or growers to do in terms of bearing the risks of innovation. In most cases, growers and certainly smallholder growers are the least equipped to bear those risks. But to me, there are good practices here, and I just there's a story that I could tell about our work with Jose, but this is a picture from a farm. That's me in the upper right there participating in the post-harvest cherry sorting. This was a lot that Intelligentsia purchased from a longtime partner in Central America. We participated in the cherry sorting, and then we went to the mill with the coffee. And as the coffee's being milled, we're having a conversation about fermentation protocols and fermentation times. And we talk about mutual interest in exploring, pushing the outer bound on fermentation time and seeing what the impact is on the cup profile. And in that conversation, I offered to buy the coffee. I said, if you extend the fermentation time to this other parameter that we've been discussing, we'll guarantee you'll buy this lot. It was just a few bags of outturn. And everybody on the spot said, yeah, absolutely, let's do that. If I had told him, hey, would you try that and send me an offer, it might have been a different conversation because they would have been exposing themselves to the risk of that innovation. If that experiment went wrong and I walked away from the lot, they would have ruined a lot of perfectly good premium worthy coffee. And that's just one small sort of top of mind example of how risks can be shared, risks of innovation can be shared. But the pace of innovation is breakneck right now, and there's so much happening. And to the extent that buyers can give some cover to growers, pilot things on a small scale, guarantee a purchase. There's no windfall to be made in the first year for the roaster, but importantly, protecting grower from the risk of loss is a really important incentive for for innovation. And the reward in the first year isn't gain or loss. The reward is learning, and then applying that in out years across a broader and broader volume, so that everybody can benefit. And then just closing a little bit with some reflections on relationships. Committing for the long term is probably, in my experience, the most important ingredient in a recipe for value creation. This is an analogy that I like a lot in this context. We need more match and less Tinder. And I think it's, there's like this flip kind of reference to Match versus Grindr or Match versus Tinder. And then there's a more robust version of it, which is game theory and repeated games. And the key insight is that your calculation changes depending on how long you think you're going to be engaged with another party. If it's a single transaction, and this is where the Match and Tinder stuff becomes very explicit, but like if it's a single transaction one time, you're going to have a very different calculation than if you're saying, this is a person I'm going to be in a relationship with for a long time. And I'm talking about a trading relationship here. And so I'm going to act in a way that's going to maximize benefits over a longer term of time. And that just opens up so much possibility that's not there if people are looking at things as a one-off transaction. And, I think that kind of long-term relationship reduces the risk of innovation for everybody involved, because a grower who's looking at a possible innovation and investment and the risk associated with innovation is going to look at that very differently if it's in the context of a 5 or 10 or 15-year relationship with somebody who comes back year over year and has demonstrated their interest in paying high and stable prices than if it's someone who's new to me as a grower. And whose commitment to me over the long term is uncertain. And then in closing, I'll just say that, climate risk mitigation, which is the biggest risk we face as a species, happens over the long term. And the way you buy coffee can shape our climate outcomes. This is a picture I took on a visit to a farm that supplies Intelligentsia, my first visit, and I was getting a tour of the farm. This grower for 30 years has been converting degraded pasture lands into coffee-based agroforestry systems over a 10-year plan that begins with planting shade trees. Years later, coffee goes in the understory. And in a period of 10 to 15 years, they're transforming big swaths of landscape from this into this. So those two pictures are taken, one facing this way, the other one turning around 180 degrees and facing backward. And I would often tell the story when I was talking about the direct trade program and long-term commitments at Intelligentsia, and people would kind of scratch their heads like, well, Intelligentsia didn't do any of that work. You guys weren't planting any trees. But the reality is that the trading model and the stability created by the trading model that included fixed prices, long-term commitment, shared approaches to innovation in the name of quality. This farm has since 2004 sold all of its volume to Intelligentsia and Stumptown, which takes which two companies that take a very similar approach. And the commercial context they were operating in extended their time horizons, provided stable income, allowed them to be able to look at multi-year investment that would generate returns over multiple years because of the kind of trading system and trading relationship they were in. And so in that sense, a long-term trading relationship, a lot of the things that we're talking about in terms of climate risk mitigation are really hard to talk about in the absence of a long-term commitment to growers, because as they're working on the kinds of practices that will mitigate the impacts of climate change on their systems and on our planet, they need to be assured of the economic returns to their investments. So I'm going to close there. I really look forward to hearing what Jose has to say and the conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael. As always, really insightful. And I love the analogy of that this is a long-term sort of marriage in some ways, and that the things that you can do when you spend the time getting to know each other, really being partners, also this point of to be able to innovate takes trust, investment. So not only in, technical assistance and that kind of thing, but sharing the risk of it. I think it's really exciting. And now I want to hand it over to you, Jose, and really hear your thoughts of how Origin Coffee Lab thinks about some of the risks that Michael talked about: market risk, price risk, climate, currency. And how do you think about sustainable sourcing and developing relationships over the long term. And I think they will share your slides for you.
Okay, slides.
So who's ever controlling the slides, Jose has another deck. Yeah.
I think, yeah, here they are. So, well, Michael, everything was like exactly on the point. Like, I'm going to talk a little bit like of me and OCL, just to tell you guys how we started and when the idea comes from. So, well, I indeed come from a coffee family and a coffee land, but I ended in coffee really a bit by chance, like as a decision of my parents. Like they saw that I no longer had a gift for studies. Some people like are very good at studying. I was pretty unremarkable. Like the circumstances of life mean that I ended up loving what I do now and coffee with everything that it entailed to coffee. Like at first, I was quite reluctant and disoriented until I was very lucky to find people who were very passionate about this work. And they managed to transmit at some point that passion to me. Hello, everyone. My name is Jose Rivera, and I am the Director of Sourcing of Origin Coffee Lab in Peru. In the end, I think no matter like how much experience one has, no matter how many miles one has traveled, like we never stop being from where we were born. Uh, Nostalgia comes from there and is the root of what made us like at some point the happiest kids in the world. Like for me, my homeland, Jaén and San Ignacio, in the Cajamarca region in the north of Peru, is ingrained to my DNA. And I believe that it is one of the most beautiful things that I can contribute to the plurality of the world that is becoming increasingly narrow, which managed to equate so many ideas and ways of thinking. Like, I think also you need to understand because this is a creative process. The creative process at Origin Coffee Lab responds to a very basic elementary thing, which I think is the ability to dream about things that do not exist. Like in the case of the supply chain, like equity. And in my side of the supply chain, I will say supply chain because for us is not yet appropriate to call it a value chain yet. As we have evolved and made more complex coffee industry and asked a lot of committed questions, we have realized that the location have changed. Like there are not only physical things like pricing in this case, but there are many other things out there that inspire us. We are challenged by the intellectual and field challenge that walk to an unknown horizon. Like in this case, and the horizon shows us some of the root problems in our coffee producing communities. Like the first one is the education. Like most of the coffee producers in my region, like barely finish elementary school, and we're asking these people to manage expenses and investments in their farms, which are like their own small companies. So the second one is the identity, who they are and where these people is from is a big issue, at least in the Andes of Peru. Like the lack of a identity, it has a high negative impact on mental health, on people start feel lost. They are aimless, mood swings, lack of purpose, and low self-esteem. They feel ashamed of who they are and what they do on their land. So this happens a lot when green coffee buyers visit the producers. Like the producer cannot talk with them at the same level. They are shy. They are very, very like nervous to talk to a gringo, that as we say around here. Like the third one is the profitability of the farms. Like with a lack of education and poor farm management, no matter what price is being paid, the lack of profitability will be a huge for these coffee plots. And I am taking some words from Michael. Is like we don't need just like a extremely and crazy high price. And then, well, wealth distribution. And I think we don't need to talk too much about this. Like everybody of us understand this pretty pretty good. And then we have this. Like I think everybody remembers this scene from Toy Story when Woody told Buzz that how he needs to behave, how he needs to react because he is a toy. And then we have this, like, and I know this will sound like very like direct, but most of the times we feel and I am talking as a producer, we feel the industry like telling us what to do and how to react to everything. Like there are a lot of relationships that they ask for a lot of information, like media or marketing stuff. And once we send that email, is like bye bye until the next season or the next like samples. So if we look deeper into specialty coffee, with it claims like info and stories trying to resonate with consumers, we find some common themes. One of the most meaningful terms falls under the heading of responsible sourcing. For consumers, there is a common affinity, I think, for stories and messaging that includes like terms environmental friendly or better farming practices or treating the workers fairly. But at some point, it's just a trait of emotion. It's just a product that is the coffee plus emotions, which sells actually really, really good. So I changed a little bit the topic, and I put like not commercial versus specialty. I put a specialty versus a specialty, but I would like to put it in a different perspective, like hunter versus buyer, a coffee hunter versus a coffee buyer. Like how we see this is like a toxic relationships, like coffee hunters and coffee producers. Like certain roasters or customers view green coffee buying as a like just a transaction and not as a relationship. Even they say that is a long-term relationship because they pay crazy good prices. In a transaction, the roaster is just concerned with one outcome. In a specialty that is usually cap score, but it can also be the price. Like either way, this mentality, viewing coffee buying as a transaction, is at the center of the specialty coffee problems. There is no understanding of pressures being placed on small shareholders. The coffee is just traded as means to an end. And in a relationship, the roaster understands the pressures that farmers face and tries to find solutions for themselves and the producers. So this is what the group of people that I represent and me don't need from an industry. Like we need to be very, very cautious about talking about price. Everything I remember the last few years that I was assisting to the RICO, and how it is one of the main topics always is the price, that we are paying too low for coffee. We are not doing good paying. We need to pay more. We need to pay more. But every year is just we need to pay more. But let's talk about price in a different way. Like paying more for coffee, like we think and we know actually, that is critical if we are going to establish a realistic long-term relationship, but is not enough alone, as Michael said before. So we got to look at the distribution across the value chain. There are a lot of ways to make this more efficient. Again, like going back to the second or third slide, the producers need to be profitable in the market that they belong. So I'm not going to say that the best prices are better if that price doesn't come with a full commitment package. So I'm just not talking here about the buyer, which is going to pay the price. It needs to involve the whole supply chain. It needs to involve the exporter, it needs to involve the importer, the producers, and everything who is in the supply chain. So there is also a lot of craziness about capping and selecting. Like, I'm so glad, actually, as exporter, that different cultures have opposite traditions and preferences. Taking aside defective coffees, probably the final 80+% of the customers will like just a good, sweet, and a bold cup of coffee, like every day. I don't see any sense in rejecting on or letting go coffees just because they score a fraction differently, and a lot of times is like that. Like, we have this other like meme. This presentation is full of memes. Like, and I wanted to say that producers not only produce single origin coffees. Like, well, if we got a Cadimore and the Cadimore is selected and separated, even if it's an 80 or 82, like, that coffee has 100% right to be called a single origin. Like, but there are a strong preference now for crazy good varieties and processing coffee, which is fine. There are roasters that are in that market, and it's fine. But the industry needs to know that producers have a wide range of different qualities through the whole harvest. And even though most of them are nice traditional varieties, we can't control the weather or any other conditions. Like, we don't have, like, as your roasters, we don't have thermocouples connected to the dryers, not because we don't want to. Like, it's because the lack of access to education and information. And this is where I'm going to talk, like, touch the transparency stuff. It's not just about how much you're paying about coffee. Is the lack of access to education and information, and also producers just don't know about it, and even they also can afford it. Like, and we can call this sustainable sourcing. I don't think that is actually the right way to phrase it. And then, dude, this is like, if they even that doesn't want, like, they don't want the Caturas, Típicas, and Bourbons, like Cadimores. Like, have you talked have you thought about, like, what your coffee future is going to be, or how your coffee is going to taste in the future? Like, this is becoming more and more common in the specialty coffee industry. How many times I have been asked, like, oh, this coffee tastes so good, but the shape of the beans look weird. Do you think or it has some Cadimore on it? And always I just smile and respond, like, of course there is Cadimore on it. Even if it's not from a Cadimore tree, probably is from a traditional variety that at some point were introgressed somehow with a less attractive variety around because cross pollination, or I don't know. But yeah, definitely Cadimore in your lot. But I seen the industry, like, avoiding or being very, very sensitive about vegetal flavors. And now, like, there is a trend that a lot of these cappers are vegetarian or vegans, like, but they don't like veggies in their coffee. Like, even if the coffee tastes so good and has a lot of complexity enzymatic flavors, just a little bit of vegetal flavors that for sure will not be sensed for the final consumer, the coffee is completely rejected. Like, well, the big thing is that climate change is here. And we need to climb higher and higher to keep producing nicer varieties that the industry wants. It's because of rust, it's because of plagues, of diseases, because of like the higher you go, the colder it is, and yeah, the less your coffee tree is going to produce. So it doesn't matter how much price you're paying, like it will not cover the fully production cost. It's like France, the same thing happening in wine. Like winemakers are trying to move north to preserve their crops. Like, and now we have this new European Union regulation that was introduced like this year, I think in June, kind of, yeah, in June, to prevent the importation of commodities linked to deforestation. This is an effort to curb like the loss of the forest and land degradation. But I think this is not just Europe. Like I think this is going to become a global regulation in the next like 10 or 15 years. Like we can go higher to keep producing geishas and timber bones. So here is the question again: will your coffee taste in the future? Like what we need from a relationship. This is a collab. It's a collaboration between OCL and Intelligentsia for the last 5, 6, 7 years, I think, probably. Like how many producers around the world today quite literally produce coffee and then they wait by the side of the road for a buyer to come, can be a coyote or a trader or whoever it is, to come by and buy their coffee. Like, this is a question for the whole people who is listening. In what world do we operate our businesses like that? Like, we identify the market of our business, then we create a product to satisfy that market, and then we take the product to the market. That's the smartest way to do. Like in this side, producers, they grow coffee because they don't have anything else to do. Like we can go to the most crazy and sophisticated farms in Panama or like Colombia, and who are growing coffee for a destination market. So that they define probably the year before or 2-3 years before with a price idea in mind. So they have a value idea in mind that works for the both sides of the equation. So we need a strong commitments. What Michael said was like commit for the long term. We need to know in advance like pricing, like going to get how much producers are going to get paid, because that allow them to plan for the crop. Like fertilization, like as for financing, fertilization doesn't wait. Like picking and processing do not wait as well. And I can mention also some initiatives from some European folks who are willing to pay the coffee that we export in our local currency because they have the tools to manage the risk. Like in all this case, like the information that goes up in the supply chain is not always the same quality of information that comes down. Information, we think that information should flow the same way in the both sides. And this is not like just about like a specialty coffee. It also involves commercial coffee, which I think is more important, like the C market class. Like probably a lot of people here, like and a lot of people in the world, like beside this niche of like specialty coffee, is the main business, coffee with a C plus price to distribute or somehow deliver coffee to the world. Like I feel these people have a very important place in the coffee industry. So we have to be concerned, and I'm talking about the whole industry, about every way that in coffee, or how this coffee is being traded. Like I'm not here to start separating like specialty and commercial, or like you guys know who you are, and if you are commercial or specialty, or if you are that specialty, just get involved and try to understand the dynamics of what's going on the fields, and try to support your whole supply chain, not just your exporter or the trader. The most critical problems are on the fields. We need to stop avoiding this. Like for example, I'm going to take like a small story about Michael. When Michael visited me last year, it was for almost a week. And how many samples we kept? Like probably 4, 5, just a table in 5 weeks. So we were traveling around with all the producers that produce coffee for Intelligentsia, and we were fully dedicated to understand the social, economic, and environmental dynamics of the fields. So understanding that, I think, is the way to move forward and add value to the supply chain. Like, as again, like farmers need to be profitable in the market they exist. Doesn't matter if it's like specialty or is a micro lot market or is the C market plus. Like everything needs to have a price structure. And thank you.
Thank you. It was really, really wonderful, and to hear both of you as partners sort of echo some of the same messages is really encouraging. I want to dive a little deeper. We have a couple questions. So you've both talked about certain practices that can help build this kind of relationship that will let you stabilize your business, that will let you innovate. And Jose, coming back to what you first said, give you the ability as a business or individual to dream. I think that's actually quite powerful. What do new things come out of? They come out of dreams, and having that kind of relationship. Can you talk a little bit more, give us some more specifics, and maybe even go back to when you were first getting to know each other as businesses? What are some of the first steps you need to take to build that trust? And then maybe as you move into longer term commitment, what maintains that relationship? I don't know which of you want to take that first. Maybe Michael, since Jose has just spoken.
In preparation for this panel discussion, Jose and I spent some time recalling our first meeting, and I think we were set up for success because we went to lunch together and talked for 90 minutes, and there was just total alignment in vision of what coffee is and what it can be. And so I think the point of departure was a pretty deep alignment on essentially the centrality of quality for smallholder systems. Quality being the key to a sustainable future for smallholders who are not going to compete on the basis of productivity with more capital intensive production systems. And from there, I think applying I would say a gradual approach to building the relationship commercially, although in the case of Origin, it was fairly accelerated. But I think we crossed some important sort of thresholds together and hit some milestones together. And it was really satisfying. It's really satisfying for me to see how much success Jose and Origin have had in the marketplace, because I feel like Intelligentsia and me being part of that, like we played a role in that. We bought the first lot that Origin exported, and there's some risk there, right? It's a new supplier, it's unknown, and so we usually start small with a single lot for a new supplier, and we did that. And the next year we hit another milestone, the first full container that Origin exported. The year after that, we went to multiple containers, and each of those things represents both sides sort of gradually committing more and more to one another. In a way, again, the relationship analogy is just so good. Like over time, you get a deeper commitment, you take the relationship to another level. But one of the things that I think people maybe don't really think about is Jose was using our contracts to secure credit. and that working capital he used to go out and collect cherry, and then you could roll that over and buy more cherry. And so that becoming creditworthy and accessing credit is such a, the business can just grow. Just capitalizing the business in that way. And what that needs is a commitment of a buyer, and a buyer who's willing to put on paper, like, I'm going to buy coffee from this organization at a price not less than this level. And then Jose can literally take that to the bank and secure credit with it. And it helps grow the business. And it just changes the trajectory of development. I mean, and this is me, having facilitated that process on the ground with coffee cooperatives, like that's another sort of milestone or threshold. And you show you're credit worthy, you manage your money well, then you get more money and you can just grow. And so they've managed that process of growth really well without losing, not losing their focus, but also, using their growth to drive a deeper commitment to better outcomes in the field. So for me, each one of those milestones is important and was really gratifying for me and for Intelligentsia to be part of, because we felt like we were growing the businesses together.
Yeah, that's really, really inspiring. And Jose, if you could, we have another question that talks about the need to educate different, whether it's your clients or the consumers. And so as you think about your relationship with Intelligentsia, you had this alignment of vision from the start, you built it over time, but I imagine you don't have that alignment with all your buyers, or maybe you do and you're super lucky. And but how do you as an organization of growers and exporting, educate and try to build that relationship with different buyers? Imagine you need multiple ones.
Well, something that I mentioned, and I mentioned specifically, when Michael visited us last year, like that we were traveling around without breakfast and without lunch. Remember, Michael? Like understanding the dynamics of the fields, to see what we can do, like to understand what is going on there. Like the same way happen on the export side. For the ones who don't know me, like I used to roast coffee in Chicago, and I used to like for a small roaster, and I used to buy some green coffee, and it was a headache, like buying some coffee from Peru or establish a relationship in Peru. And as a green buyer, I knew what I need as a green buyer. So when I came back, it was like, okay, what the green buyer needs, it needs quality, it needs like quick operations, it needs transparency, it needs like smooth communication, it needs a lot of different stuff, like collaborations, like separating the quality tiers, like consistency. So we start like offering that, and that is kind of like, even beside engagement of the same vision and the same goals and the same aim, everybody of us has the same north, like with all these other stuff that we do as OCL, because at the end we are a facilitator, like on the fields. So I want to talk about a little bit also with two customers that I have in Vancouver, in the British Columbia. Like they buy coffee from very specific producers, that these producers start producing coffee in August through November. So we have the forward contracts. We finance the contract with Root Capital. So we give in advance like 70 or 60% of the financing to these producers, because we have a long-term trust relationship with them, and also with the roasters. And in November, kind of, these roasters asked me like, hey, can you put on a spreadsheet, or can you send me a report of what coffees like these guys delivered this year? And they just take it all. They never ask for samples. They never ask for for quality reports, or they just ask for ship to me all their coffee. and that I think is great for both sides of the supply chain. I think that is like I just finished the spreadsheet yesterday, and it's like they are taking the blender, they are taking the micro lot. If they are producing geisha, it's like, do you have any Asian who wants the geisha? If not, just ship it to me. Like they don't like, they have a lot of like range of like price deciding. They're very commitment in the experimentation. Their varieties like and what happened is a lot of roasters, they are like, oh, what coffee did you ship to these guys? I want the same coffee. So that is a success in a relationship. And yeah, they don't visit during the season. They just visit like when it's no season to have more time and to hang out with the people. And yeah, I think like that kind of relationships, I think, are the ones that we need. Are truly like built on trust and communication and transparency. As I said, transparency is not only a price to show. Transparency is like a smooth communication and valuable communication and information in both sides of the supply chain.
Yeah, that comes across very loud and clear from both of you. We just have left. There's one question here on a sort of practical tools around long-term commitment and price stability. Do you see multi-year contracts as the best solution? You both talked about the goal is good and stable prices over the long term. Does that translate into multi-year contracts for the Intelligentsia Origin relationship, or is it more about the trust relationship and the contract is just the mechanism? Maybe Michael, to you.
Yeah, we haven't done multi-year contracts, but there's never a question that there's going to be business done. It's just trying to align with Jose and Origin on the time frame as they're in their cycle, their annual sort of planning cycle, and when it's time for them to go out and lock up credit for the harvest, making sure that we're supporting that with contracts. I think I mean, I've seen it work both ways, doing multi-year contracts and also just, Intelligentsia has, to its great credit, built a reputation for long-term relationships. When I was there, we started tracking these two metrics that we called DT5 and DT10. It was the percentage of volume in relationships at least 5 years old and then at least 10 years old, and just trying to make that explicit. And the numbers were extraordinary, like over 85% was 5 years or longer. And anybody who wasn't at 5 years was someone who was on their way there, because to the Tinder match thing, we were only interested in long-term relationships. There wasn't a whole lot of, shorter term time horizons. And so I think we weren't really pressed in a lot of cases to do multi-year contracts because our reputation preceded us. And then everything that we were doing, like in the context of a relationship, was, talking about multi-year things and just setting contracts in place each year against a fixed pricing model. That's not to say that's the best way to go. Like, certainly we have also done, and I know lots of other people doing, multi-year contracts just to build in that stability and formalize what we've been doing, what Intelligentsia has been doing for a long time in a de facto way, which is making long-term commitments and year-over-year purchases. Because ultimately, I mean, I've been focused on the risk at origin, but also, the risk that you face as a buyer of inconstant supply and getting deliveries that don't match offers or don't match your quality specs. It's sort of like when you find someone who's demonstrated their ability to do that, every incentive is to lock that in and to double down on that and just to expand the commitment. It's always less expensive to retain a current customer than to get a new one, and the same thing goes for suppliers.
Yeah. I think we're going to have to leave it there. Both of you are brilliant. Thank you both. And I think we have a lot to take from this. I think stay in your marriages, build them well, invest the time, and best of luck also to you, Michael, in your new endeavors. And thank you, Jose, for sharing your experience. And I'm going to hand it back to you, Andres.
Thank you, Stephanie. Really appreciate your facilitation of this dialogue. Gracias, Jose, and Michael, for your insights and this very insightful conversation. And I'm closing the day. Thanks everyone for joining us today in this first day and agenda for the Green Coffee Summit 2023. Hope you enjoyed all the lecture, the panels, and presentation. And as you reflect on the topics covered today, please consider joining us tomorrow. We will keep exploring on practical innovations that continue to shift narratives of specialty green coffee production from discovering value to intentionally design it. And on day 2 of the Green Coffee Summit 2023, tomorrow, we will expand the learning topics by including green coffee breeding and genetic footprinting, due diligence legislation that raised the bar on coffee sustainability, specialty coffee actions, and the use of the SCA CBA in trading contracts. Thanks a lot. And before leaving, I want to thank our sponsor, the Green Coffee Summit 2023. A free-to-attend virtual summit is made possible thanks to our title sponsor, Barista Attitude, and supporting sponsor BWT, Water and More, and Caravella Coffee. Thanks for your support and looking forward to keep this conversation evolving tomorrow. Thanks all.